Standard Security and Reliability Workshop. My name is Matt Barber. I'm the Manager of Communications and Training at Texas RE, and I'll do my best to keep this train on the rails today. A few quick housekeeping items before we get going with today's speakers. Matt, if you please, on the antitrust.
Yes, Texas Reliability Entity, Inc. strictly prohibits persons participating in Texas RE activities from using their participation as a forum for engaging in practices or communications that violate antitrust laws. Texas RE has approved antitrust guidelines available on its website. And if you believe that antitrust laws have been violated at a Texas RE meeting, or if you have any questions about the antitrust guidelines, please contact the Texas RE General Counsel. Notice of this meeting was posted on the Texas RE website, and this meeting is being held in public. Participants should keep in mind that the listening audience may include members of the press, representatives from various governmental authorities, and industry stakeholders.
Thank you, Thad. Safety, super important. In case of emergency, we conveniently have 3 exits from this room, one on either end, one at the back of the room. Basically walk towards any wall that doesn't have a TV on it and you'll be fine. Follow Texas RE personnel to our muster point out in the parking lot. If you aren't sure who the Texas RE personnel are, just look for the really smart, good-looking people and you'll be okay. We'll get you there. Slido. We use Slido for all of our questions for both the in-room and the WebEx audience. This gives everybody an equal opportunity to get their questions asked. It also gives us the chance to put the questions on screen so everybody can see them at the same time. So I'm stalling right now mainly so you get a chance to either use the QR code or go to slido.com and use the participant code TXRE, and we'll remind you throughout the day. But for all questions, please do enter them at Slido, and we will also have a few questions and polls for you as well. So we would like the audience participation. If you'd like today's materials, go to Texas RE's website, and if you go to the top menu bar, click on the training button, and once you are there, scroll down to Archive Presentations, and then look for Spring Standard Security and Reliability Workshop, and you can download a PDF of all of today's presentations. And you'll also find PDFs and recordings of recent Texas RE outreach, though that is subject to our legal department's retention policy. If you're a lawyer, good news. We are offering minimum continuing legal education hours through the Texas State Bar. So you can either self-report with the number there on your screen or send an email to information@texasre.org with your name, bar card number, and the hours you attended. After today, we have more events, multiple talks with Texas RE coming up in May. And then we also have our quarterly meetings, Q2 meetings on May 14th. And then we have our Evolving Grid workshop on July 16th, and then more events throughout Q3 and Q4. And you can sign up for all of these events through registration on Texas RE's website. Follow us on social media. We give updates on all of our events, if times change, dates change, and we put fun stuff up there, you know, what Texas RE's doing for activities internally, so you can learn more about us there. And we also post job opportunities. So please follow us on all social media channels. And if there aren't any immediate questions, and I'm pretending like I don't see any hands, there are no hands. It's my pleasure to introduce Texas RE's Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Joseph Younger, to give you a more proper welcome today.
Thank you so much, Matt. Good morning, everyone. As Matt mentioned, my name is Joseph Younger, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer here at Texas RE. And I want to welcome everyone in the room and online to our annual Spring Standard Security and Reliability Workshop. We're so pleased to have so many folks here in the office, as well as online, listening to the event. That said, if you ever miss one of our events, as Matt mentioned, we always archive them on the training page. They're always available to you. I wanted to highlight also at the outset, Matt mentioned our upcoming events. I wanted to talk a little bit about this special workshop that we have planned for July around our Evolving Grid. We're going to have a number of panels that day looking at a range of topics structured around NERC's long-term reliability assessment and looking at the themes at what the grid is going to look like here in 2034, 10 years out. So looking at the integration of large loads, looking at new cyber and physical security challenges, things like AI, looking at transmission planning. We've got a couple of really exciting keynotes. Jim Robb from the NERC CEO is coming, as well as Professor Michael Weber from the University of Texas. So it's going to be a really good day. Encourage y'all to attend. We're really excited about it. As always, whenever we have these workshops, these are an opportunity for us to engage with you, but we're always available to talk about what issues that you have. We're always available to answer your questions. Our first action, our first starting point with anything is outreach. And so if you have questions, if you have issues that you want to discuss, Kenneth, Katie, Devin, Blair, they're all here to answer your questions and talk about that. So communicate with us. We are really here for you. Today's workshop is structured around the 2025 Compliance Monitoring and Enforcement Program Implementation Plan. The CMEP IP, and we've talked about this at a couple of our board meetings, but for those of you who haven't necessarily made it, that sets forth our high-level priorities around our compliance monitoring, around our outreach, really all of our CMEP program activities for the coming year. The risk elements that are in that CMEP IP document, it comes from a collaborative process between the ERO, the regions, and NERC, as well as industry, working through stakeholder committees like the Risk Issues Steering Committee, as well as looking at all the analysis and data that we collect, our event reports like the DESA reports and others. All those factor in to creating these risk elements. So walking through the risk elements in view of that collaborative process, I hope that many of the themes that we're going to touch on are not really a surprise for everyone, because they're the themes that we talk about really all the time. During today's event, we're going to continue our focus on inverter-based resources. Our first presentation of the day will be from Texas RE's Director of Enforcement and Registration, Katie Van Zee. She's going to be talking about IBR registration issues, particularly around the Type 2 generator registration that's coming up next year, and give you an update on that. Our Compliance Manager of Risk Assessments, Rashida Caraway, and Allie Huey, who's from our OMP Compliance Group, they're going to talk about the reliability interconnection practices and studies that are set forth in the FAC 1 and FAC 2 requirements, another risk element. Highlighting the importance of developing and submitting accurate models, which is the one new risk element that's in the 2025 CMEP IP, that notes that the 2025 CMEP IP notes that the increased penetration of IBRs and flexible resources like batteries in particular, because of that, there's really a growing need for better processes and tools to model and understand how those resources are going to behave. There's going to be a lot of activity this year in that space. I know a number of you are following all the activity around the FERC 901 order. This year, it's about modeling. Milestone 3, which those standards, which must be complete by November 4th of this year, all look to the modeling requirements. So if you come to our MRC and board meetings, Rachel Coyne, others will be talking a lot about that. But as that work goes on, today we have Brad Woods from our Reliability Services Group, as well as Blair Griffin from our OMP Compliance Group, to focus on the current MOD 26 and MOD 32 standards and look at how those play into these new modeling requirements. So, cyber and physical security always remains a key focus for us and for industry. We recognize that the electric industry is encountering unprecedented number of threats, from ransomware, malware, supply chain vulnerabilities, other risks. Particularly with the growth of dispersed generation resources in the region, Texas RE is emphasizing remote access security, particularly for low impact generators. So today, Texas's Manager of SIP Compliance Monitoring, Devin Ferris, he's going to talk about remote access controls in connection with the implementation of low impact programs. And that's going to be during this afternoon's presentation. We're also going to talk about physical security, which is a key point. And we're really pleased to have Sophia Weir from the ISAC back again to cover the physical security risks and threats and what they're seeing and share that information with you. And then finally, from Texas RE's perspective, Katie Van Zee will be back this afternoon to give you a high-level perspective on high-frequency conduct activities and change management, particularly around core standards, FAC 8 and PRC 5, which involve a lot of activity, a lot of tracking, and a lot of opportunities to test your internal controls. So that'll be a really important presentation to kind of get perspective on what we've seen that works well to implement those types of requirements. We really emphasize when we do these workshops, and one of the feedback points that we consistently get from y'all is to have voices from folks other than Texas RE to give you those perspectives. So we're pleased to have a couple of presentations around that again today. We're pleased to have John Zerwas and Eric Shaw from Sherryland Utilities here to give you a registered entity's perspective on developing strong internal controls around identifying, assessing, and correcting issues, as well as preparing for an audit from us, from Texas RE. So we really appreciate them taking the time to talk about their experiences, and hopefully that will be relevant for you. This is an incredibly important aspect of our reliability and security partnership, those conversations. And so we're really pleased to be able to highlight that for y'all today. We'll also hear from Lonnie Ratliff at NERC. He's going to give you an overview of how the ERO enterprise is continuing to try and evolve this partnership that we keep talking about together through our new compliance abeyance process. This is another example of how we can hopefully work as regulators and industry together to think about new ways to encourage a focus on reliability and security and capture compliance where we need to, but really move beyond that and secure the grid for all those that are depending on us. So with that, I'll hand it over to Katie Van Zee in just a second, but I would remind you that we develop this content based on your feedback. So Matt will, at the end, will be sending around a survey for y'all. Please reach out to, fill out that survey, reach out to us, give us your feedback, let us know if this content is what you want, because we really want to shape it for you and for your benefit. So with that, I'm happy to introduce our Director of Enforcement and Registration, Katie Van Zee, to start off the day. Thank you.
Hey y'all, good morning. As Joseph said, I'm Katie Van Zee. I'm Director of Enforcement and Registration. I've been at Texas RE for a little over 8 years. Before that, I was at the Public Utility Commission. I am an attorney, not an engineer. So sorry for the engineers in the room. I think if you worked with me now, though, I'm as curious as an engineer. So that might make up for it. Today, I'm here to talk about IBR registration. So, the IBR stuff is moving so quickly. So this is just really an update. I know it feels like we've been talking about inverter-based resources for forever. We kind of have. So I'll tell you where we are in the process and what is yet to come, and then some places y'all can go for more information, because this might be a little high level for some of the questions you have. And afterwards, we can follow up with any questions. So, as I said, we've been talking about inverter-based resources for forever. We started looking at inverter-based resources when we started seeing some events, started doing, event analysis reports. All of that came together in 2022. NERC filed an IBR strategy. This is from that IBR strategy document. It talked about all the different ways we were going to address the risk posed by inverter-based resources. And the very last sort of section of things we were going to do to address the risk of inverter-based resources was pursue some regulatory enhancements. So we were going to update standards. We were going to review the BES definition to see whether or not we needed to include inverter-based resources. As many of y'all know, we actually ended up changing the GO-GOP definition, or NERC ended up changing the GO-GOP definition instead of the BES definition. But also we're going to look at, inverter-based resources, special operating requirements, whether or not we need to write new standards. And then, what can we do on the compliance side to address the risk that those IBRs pose? So regulatory enhancements, we really have two projects that are moving simultaneously. First, you have the IBR standard project. This is FERC Order 901. You will often hear it referred to as FERC Order 901. That is really just the standards project. So that's really just, what standards are going to be updated? Are there any new standards coming out? The second order that order came out in 2023, just FYI. The other order came out a year earlier in 2022, and that's the IBR registration order. It does not have a number, which really bugs me because I want it to be, even, but it doesn't. So I just refer to it as the registration order. So when I say the registration order, that's what I'm referring to. So November 17th, 2022. So that's what we're going to talk about right now. We're going to talk about that registration order. So NERC has a great IBR quick reference guide that's really about the registration initiative. It's on the NERC website. I think if you click on this image, it should actually link you to that NERC one-pager. It is a one-pager, and it contains all the links for anything that's going on with the registration project, so registration initiative. So y'all should check that out. I highly recommend. NERC's updating it regularly with new links, new information. So it's a great resource to go to just say, what's going on? Have I missed anything? So for this registration initiative, the project, when the order came out in 2022, we had to file a work plan for it. And we had to list sort of phases of how this registration initiative was going to go. And this is the timeline that was proposed. So May 2023 to May 2024, we were going to look at the rules of procedure, see how we were going to define, how we were going to integrate these IBRs into the functional categories of registration. So where were they going to fall? Were they going to be their own registration? Were we going to add them to GO-GOP? We did, in fact, add them to the GO-GOP definition. May 2024 through May 2025, which is ongoing right now, all the regions are identifying which candidates would meet the new definition for registration, will meet that new functional definition. And then next year, May 2025 to May 2026, we're going to register candidates. So we're going to kick that off pretty soon. So as I said, we did rules of procedure changes. Instead of changing the BES definition, we changed the function definition for what a generator owner and generator operator is. We added what's called a category 2, GO and GOP. I put the big long definitions there, so they are there for you to look at. But bottom line, these IBRs are non-BES that are greater than or equal to the aggregate amount, 20 MVA. So it's smaller than what we've looked at before. So that's really the important takeaway here. So part of our identification timeline, like I mentioned, we've been working to identify who would meet that category 2 GO-GOP definition. And so what we did is we had to get that rules of procedure change, right? We had to get that definition. So we knew who would be looking for. And then starting last year in the summer, we sent RFIs to the transmission operators and balancing authorities and asked for their help. We said, who's interconnected to you that, is around 20 MVA, and do you have contact information for them? Because it's time for us to get in touch. And then in December of this year, we had a second RFI go out. That was sent by the regions, and it said, we think you may be eligible for registration. Can we talk? So again, just a more detail on that RFI one that we sent out. So if you didn't see it, it's because you're not a transmission owner or a balancing authority. Again, we used it to identify facilities. So in other regions, sometimes that's a little bit harder because there's a lot different makeup. So we were sort of working as an ERO on this project, which is sort of why it took so long. And everybody's region looks a little different. And so asking the questions, coming up with what we should ask, who to get in contact with was a big project ERO wide. We also then, had to get the contact information. So could people provide us contact information, those sort of things. For RFI2, we've asked for people who we think are eligible for registration for certain documents, for certain information, for us to make sure that we agree they should be registered. So part of that is if you've been a generator owner or generator operator, we have an asset verification form that you fill out and let us know what your facility looks like. So we're asking for that for these potential new registrants. We're also asking for one-line diagrams that helps us take a look and see if you meet the definition for this category 2 GO-GOP. We're also asking for interconnection agreements. This is very standard. This is stuff we have to ask for NERC rules of procedure, registration procedures for NERC. So, and in Texas, we get that nice RARF. So we generally ask for that resource asset registration form that you use at ERCOT. And then if you have any sort of operating agreements, any sort of contracts with a third party that might be doing your dispatch, we sort of ask for those too. Let us know who's probably handling compliance on site. So NERC put out a lot of registration webinars too on this sort of registration initiative. I've linked some of them here. There's just a basic one on, what's going on with the initiative. But then there's a second one that if you're wondering, do I have a resource that meets this category 2, or why am I hearing from Texas RE and they think I have a resource that meets category 2? You can watch this second webinar. They sort of break down how the definition is applied, a couple different scenarios. There's a guidance document out there that NERC walks through. So that's informed all of the ERO's evaluation for category 2. GOs and GOPs. All right, additional registration resources. This is if you're new and you're going, oh goodness, what am I going to have to do to register? These are some great checklists, some great resources to check out. We have the registration procedure. That's the ERO-wide one. That's going to tell you, what does it look like from the NERC perspective, what sort of correspondence you're going to get, the timing of that. We also have an onboarding checklist, just double checking you're doing all the steps to register correctly. There's a 101 informational package. This is also going to include how you register for things like TADS and GADS, which is some of the required reporting that needs to be done. So also we have a system, or NERC has a system called CORS, and that's how we handle all registration applications. It's a tool, and we have a guide here that tells you how to sign up, how to get a username, what buttons to click. I mean, I think it's useful for everyone. There are times when you're doing a workflow and it's nice to pull it up and make sure you've checked all the boxes. So we still use it regularly here at Texas RE. We also have Texas RE's 101s and 201 series for if you're going to be new to this and want to know what the processes are with your region. So that's a great resource. And finally, last fall, we did an understanding new generator obligations. We did it was about a 4-hour workshop. I highly recommend it. It was really good and had a lot of information on what you should expect. There was a big standards update, which we'll get into in just a second, for maybe the standards that are coming and what the compliance obligations will be for those IBRs. So I would check out that webinar. So I think the big question is, all right, I know I'm going to get registered by May of 2026. What do I have to do to be in compliance? So the answer is messy a little bit right now still. There's a lot of moving parts going on. So there will be some compliance obligations that start on May 2026. So NERC just put out in February a document. It's linked here. It says reliability standards compliance dates for generator owners and generator operators. It's a big table, and it has all the standards that they think will be applicable to IBRs on it. And it has a column that says, will this be applicable in May 2026? And there's really, honestly, a small percentage of those that are marked as yes. A number of them are marked as we will need to open the applicability section of the standard and maybe do some adjustments to it. So I'm not going to walk through the table because it's so granular, but that's a great resource. You should check it out. If anybody can't find it or this link does not work, you can email us at the registration mailbox. I'll have all of our contact information up at the end. But I think that that's going to help start settling some people's anxiety about when they're expected to comply after registration, because we're starting to get some answers. It's starting to come together. We're starting to see the vision. And that sheet is really where it's all in one place. So additionally, you have the Order 901 standards development. Remember at the beginning when I talked about the two orders moving at the same time? This is that standards order. This is 901. This is the one that gets a number. So in the FERC Order 901, they ask that NERC come up with standards to address basically 3 areas where we were seeing maybe elevated or changing risk for IBRs. That was data sharing, model validation, planning and operational studies, and then performance requirements. So there's sort of 4 big blocks like that. And then they ask that NERC come up with a work plan for how they were going to address standards that would address those big categories. And so NERC filed a work plan in January of 2024, and they set out 3 milestones. So you can see here that by November of 2024, and there were standards filed in November of 2024 with FERC, that NERC had plans to have revisions to performance requirements and post-performance validation standards. Milestone 2 is that by November of this year, there will be updates to standards related to data verification and model validation. And then the milestone 4 is that in November of 2026, the standards related to use of performance data in operational planning studies will be updated. So drafts of those will be filed with FERC by then. Again, there's a link down here there's a standard developments mapping document that NERC has put out that sort of maps which standards fall into which bucket. I found that really useful to sort of track, okay, this standard won't be open until 2026, or, won't be maybe worked on until 2025 with the plan to file it in 2026, those sort of things. So again, that is linked in the spreadsheet. I'm pretty sure that the PDF, all the links work. So if you're curious about the standard projects and you're wondering what's going on, I want to weigh in. There's a bunch of different ways actually to get involved, and that gets really granular into these standards. So the first is the NERC Standards Review Forum. We have a Texas RE stakeholder group that discusses upcoming changes, drafting, when comment periods are. So that's a great resource. Reliability and Security Technical Committee is a NERC stakeholder committee to discuss different grid topics, but a lot of these standards come up. The drafting of the standards come up, concerns about the drafting of the standards come up. So I would recommend that. And then there's standard drafting team meetings. So each of those, because they're underlined, is a link that takes you to the page for those different forums and committees, and you can take a look there. All of them have about information, how to get involved. So, all right. So again, lots of stuff going on, and there's really so much to get granular, and there's a lot of different resources out there. So if y'all have any questions, if none of those links work for y'all, please get in touch with us. We have a registration inbox. My email is not up there, but the manager of registration and certifications email is Erin Quigley. And then Brooke Rodaway is our program coordinator for registration and certification. And she's really the one that understands all the NERC tools. So when you need to sign up for accounts and stuff like that, if you're having trouble, she's probably the first point of contact for that. So we're here. if you, have any questions or need to get connected with someone, we can help facilitate that. So with that, I will take questions. Okay. We got a question. It says, from all the efforts to identify candidates for registration, how confident are you that there weren't any left unidentified? That's a good question. In the Texas region, we're pretty confident. We are able to get some operational data through our powers, and because we only have ERCOT, the requests that we can make are pretty simple, and it's pretty easy. The data set comes from one entity, so it all looks the same. It's pretty easy to search through and identify the resources that are operating. So if you think that you are not identified and you think you have a resource, please reach out and contact us. I will say we have had a few people reach out to us recently and say, I may be eligible, and we had correctly excluded them from the group. So. Oh, gosh. Okay, so this question, are there any plans to perform pre and post energization studies to see the reliability impacts of synchronous condensers upon IBRs? I think there's studies ongoing all the time. I'm not quite sure if that will be written into any of the new reliability standards. A lot of that, the studies and the modeling stuff is pretty heavily debated, I think. So that might be an understatement. But yeah, I know that we study what it looks like with all the new IBRs coming online at Texas RE, and that's what a number of our risk assessments do. So I can't say specifically, but we'll see. It's a developing world. Okay, approximately how many registrations resulted from this initiative? We don't have a final number yet. I don't want to speak to a preliminary number, but I think that we're lucky in Texas a bit because a lot of our renewable generation, a lot of our inverter-based resources are larger, so they're probably already registered. Compared to other regions, I should say, Does Texas RE have access to ERCOT, RARF, and RIA data? We can request certain data if it's under the rules of procedure, our ability to have access to it. So I think the answer to that is it depends on the case, and it depends on the request, and it depends on our authority to request that information. But sometimes we may have the authority to request it. That's it. All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Katie. Oops, that's too quick. Our next presentation on the RBR risk elements is with Rashida Caraway and Ali Huey.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ali Huey. I work here at Texas RE, and I'm on the O&P compliance team. This morning, Rashida and myself are going to cover IBR risk elements as it pertains to Fact 1 and Fact 2. Rashida, would you like to introduce?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rashida Caraway. As Matt said, I'm the manager of risk assessment here at Texas RE.
All right, so we're going to start off with a Slido question. I think it's our first one for this morning. So scan the code if you haven't. Enter Texas RE, and please answer the question. Does your registered entity have any IBR assets? And just for in the room, could we get a just maybe like a raise your hand if you do, just so I can get a visual? Perfect. Thank you for participating. I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right. And while these are coming in, let me just ask, it's been on the slides, we've seen it, but could somebody please just give me what IBR stands for? And we do have a piece of candy here for those willing to participate this morning.
All right, Mr. Bush, I think you were the first to answer. You get the candy.
Thank you. All right, and this will lead us into our next slide. Thank you.
All right, let's talk a little bit about key takeaways, meaning why are we even having this discussion today? Why are Ali and I discussing it? And what does it mean to you as a registered entity or someone who, I'm sorry, may represent a registered entity?
Go ahead and let's go back.
So the first thing is we're going to talk about what an IBR is, inverter-based resource is. A gentleman over there kind of gave us what it stands for, but we'll talk a little bit about what it is. Then we'll talk about the purpose of the standards and the potential risks of FAC 1 and FAC 2 to the BPS, and specifically the potential risk to the Texas RE region or the ERCOT interconnection. We'll discuss specific risks that Texas RE looks at when we're doing a risk assessment. So when my group is doing an inherent risk assessment or compliance oversight plan, what are the specific risks that we're looking at, and what are we likely to look at during engagement? When we say engagement, we're talking about, for example, an audit, spot check, self-certification, why these standards were developed in the first place, FAC 1 and FAC 2, and why they're needed, particularly in our region. Then we'll close out about how engagement results, an example of how engagement results can influence or impact your next inherent risk assessment or your next compliance oversight.
All right, so let's cover inverter-based resource, what it is, high level. An inverter is a power electric device that converts DC electricity to AC electricity. And here I have an image just to show very high level. We're moving from solar, wind, battery through the inverter, pushing that out onto the grid. I've got some facts sprinkled in throughout my presentation for you this morning. I considered calling them fun, but I realize it's like 9 o'clock in the morning, so I reeled it back in, and we're just going to call it a fact this morning. So more than 102 gigawatts of transmission connected wind, solar, and battery energy storage capacity is expected to be installed on ERCOT's system by the end of 2025. Total IBR capacity has the potential to exceed 140 gigawatts in 2027. So here, just pointing to the fact, it's on the system, it's coming to the system. IBRs are here in large quantity. So, and that is from an ERCOT presentation that they put together end of year 2024.
Maybe a newly registered entity, meaning you've been energized recently, you've put your facilities on the system recently, you've recently been registered by NERC and Texas RE, and you may or may not have yet to receive an inherent risk assessment or compliance oversight plan. On the right is the existing registered entity, and I know quite a few of you in this room have worked for registered entities that have been registered for several years or even some since 2007. And so your part in this overall process may be a little bit different. You may have received an IRA or an inherent risk assessment. May have received several inherent risk assessments or compliance oversight plans. So you may be in different parts of the loop, if you will, on the right side than some of the newly registered entities. And near the end, I'll talk about that loop that's on the right in more detail. I think we have another slide up.
Yes, so feel free, scan the code, enter your TXRE. Who is FAC 1 applicable to? Is it transmission owners, generator owners, distribution providers, or both the TO and GO. So again, opportunity for another little Twix. If anybody would like to participate and maybe just go with the crowd. Would anybody like to? Thank you so much. Somebody loves some Twixes over here. Thank you, thank you.
Someone else is going to
Appreciate that.
challenge him for the Twix.
Guys, there's one last chance for candy after this. Just so you know, if you don't want them to take the load, there's a one last chance coming up. Go to the next slide. All right. Should be on FAC 1. Perfect. FAC 1, facility interconnection requirements. I'm going to read through the purpose of this standard for you all this morning. So it ensures reliability of the BES by requiring transmission owners and applicable generator owners to have documented facility interconnection requirements and make requirements available so that entities seeking to interconnect will have necessary information. There's 4 requirements in this standard. I've summed it up to these 2 bullets to give to you all this morning. Update facility interconnection requirements and make them available. And then the interconnection requirements should address the following: new interconnections or existing interconnections with a qualified change. And that includes notifying and confirming responsible parties. And I have a little bit more to expand on that part. So the requirements shall address the following. So procedures for coordinated studies, procedures for notifying, and procedures for confirming those responsible for the reliability of affected systems on new interconnections. And I have this parentheses TO only. That's applicable to procedures for coordinated studies and for notifying. The GO and TO both come in whenever you are confirming those responsible. So that's where they both come into play. And then while we're talking on the requirements here, let's talk about what some FAC 1 evidence could look like from entities. Could include documented facility interconnection requirements, communication of facility interconnection requirements between entities, and a list of executed agreements. I have another fact here for you all. Approximately 92% of ERCOT's new interconnection requests are IBRs, again, coming from that end of year 2024 presentation from ERCOT. All right, last opportunity. What kind of study does FAC 2 require? And really just high level, what is the study? If anybody could help me out with that. Feel free to read on the screen as they come in as well for that last Twix. Everybody got their fill of chocolate from Easter, right? That's what it is. All right, so interconnection is correct. That's what I'm looking for. Specifically study the impact of interconnecting new or changed facilities for the BES. Then we can move on to the next slide. That should be about FAC 2, facility interconnection studies. Again, covering this standard's purpose, ensures the entities conduct adequate interconnection studies before connecting new or changed facilities and assess the impact to the BES. This requirement, or this standard, has 6 requirements, summing them up into these 3 blocks seen on the screen. The transmission planner and planning coordinator shall study the reliability impact, interconnecting new facilities, and existing ones seeking to make that qualified change. Also, you want the study to include adherence to NERC standards, planning criteria, interconnection requirements, steady state, short circuit, dynamic studies, study assumptions, system performance, and coordinated recommendations. Moving on to the next block, the GO, TO, and distribution provider shall coordinate and cooperate on studies with the transmission planner or planning coordinator. And then finally, the planning coordinator shall maintain publicly available definition of a qualified change. I do have a slide dedicated to qualified change towards the end of this presentation. And while we are on the requirements, I got some more examples of FAC 2 evidence that could include studies and or reports, including documented reliability issues, And then evidence of coordination and cooperation on studies with your transmission planner or planning coordinator.
All right, let's touch a little bit on the 2025 CMEP implementation plan, or I'll call it CMEP IP. Joseph touched on this in his introduction, but this implementation plans are developed every year. They're developed by all 6 regions and NERC. And if you've had a chance to review the 2025 CMEP IP, you will notice that the focus does remain on inverter-based resources, or IBRs. So there are 8 risk elements in this year's plan. Inverter-based resources is one of those 8 risk elements. And FAC 1 and FAC 2 are 2 of the standards that are tied to this risk element. So we wanted to highlight that that's continues to be a focus across the regions. It continues to be a focus for Texas RE. And it relates to, or it focuses on, clear, consistent interconnection requirements and making sure that IBRs are studied adequately. I mentioned in our key takeaways, we're going to talk about specific risks that we see for our interconnection, for the ERCOT interconnection. There are risks that are related to our region and our interconnection. The risks are with having new facilities and modifications to existing facilities, and making sure that you're studying those new facilities and those modifications, making sure you're communicating those results of those studies to our BA, our PA, which is ERCOT. And there's a risk if the coordination is not done correctly. If you're TL and you're not coordinating with your generator owner, and vice versa, if your generator owner not coordinating with your transmission owner, there is a risk to the BPS. There's also a risk of qualified changes not being considered in your studies. And Ali mentioned that she does have a whole slide dedicated to qualified changes later, but just know that that's one of the risks that's addressed in the risk element, and that's one of the risks that we're looking for. How does Texas RE determining risk? So when you're looking at you as a registered entity, how are we determining risk as related to FAC 1 and FAC 2? The first thing we're looking at is registration function, right? That's the easiest thing to look at. Are you registered as a generator owner? Are you registered as a transmission owner? Are you registered as a transmission planner? Then we're looking at the 2 types of risk: inherent risk and performance risk. So when I say inherent risk, I'm generally talking about, I always say, who you are as a registered entity. Do you have any new resources connected to the system in the last several years? Are you planning to connect any new resources to the system? Are you planning to make modifications to your facilities in the next few years? And also your transmission portfolio. If you're a transmission owner, transmission planner, do you have 345 kV lines, or do you have 138 kV lines only? The second risk we're looking at is performance risk, and we usually say that's what you've done in the last several years. Specifically for these 2 standards, we're looking at system events. Have you contributed to an event? Were you part of a system event? How big was that event? What did that event detail? And we're also looking at your compliance history. What is your compliance history related to FAC 1 and FAC 2? But any other standards related to interconnection studies and impacts, what is your compliance history? The compliance oversight plan, or sometimes you hear me say the COP, that's what we developed looking at those 2 risks I talked about, the inherent risk and the performance risk. There are 13 risk categories that are part of the compliance oversight plan. So the one I pulled out here is the long-term studies assessment risk category. And I pulled this one out because this one is tied to FAC 1 and FAC 2. And this risk category, you'll see on the screen, address the risk with your planning horizons and what you're doing to make sure your system can operate in real time.
All right, so jumping back into the implementation plan, I know Rashida just covered it. I just wanted to share a little snip with you all. This is, what it looks like if you went into the plan to go view it. If you scroll down through the risk element and find inverter-based resource, you're going to come up on this table. There's a lot more areas of focus in there, but I've pulled the first 2, the FAC 1 and FAC 2 standard, and we're going to cover in these next few slides, FAC 1 and FAC 2, and direct impacts of IBRs. So for FAC 1 related to IBRs, I'm going to cover FERC order number 2023. Then I'm also going to touch on making those requirements available. I have another fact here for you all. At the end of 2022, there were over 10,000 interconnection requests in queues throughout the United States. Delays in the study process have contributed to interconnection queue backlogs. Of the 2,179 interconnection studies completed in 2022, 68% were issued late. Again, this comes from FERC. This is speaking to the US, as you can see. This is not directly for ERCOT, but just wanted to point that out. We're going to see how that FERC order number 2023 comes into play, help out with this backlog queue that they had going on. All right, so speaking to this FERC order number 2023, the rule lays out how FERC will reform processes used by transmission providers to study and connect generating facilities to the transmission system with 3 key components. And so I have those 3 components listed out, and then I'll go into each one a little bit deeper. So transitioning from a first come, first serve serial process to a first ready, first serve cluster study process is the first key component. So traditionally, transmission providers study requests to interconnect facilities one by one as they came in, which is why first come, first serve serial process. This worked when there were very few projects coming in a smaller amount. As we all know, the projects increase, the queue increases, and so that's when the final rule required that transmission provider study in this cluster or batch study. The next key component is going to be increase the speed of interconnection queue processing, and the rule helped with this by imposing more firm deadlines and penalties if transmission providers fail to complete interconnection studies on time. And then the last key component is going to be reforms to incorporate technological advancement in the interconnection process. This is where we see IBRs come directly into play. The final rule requires that transmission providers provide more granular and accurate modeling data about these resources and follow capability standards to ensure system reliability. Here's where IBRs come into play, recognizing the impacts of non-synchronous generating facilities, wind, solar, and battery storage resources on transmission conditions and operations. And so as I'm going through these slides, some common terms, study, non-synchronous, modeling. When you think of those or when I say those, please keep in mind and please be conscious of how it directly relates to IBRs. So I might not directly say IBRs, but any of those words, think back to IBR. Thank you. All right, for facility interconnection requirements and availability, we're wanting to make sure that those requirements are documented and made available. Here I have an example from ERCOT. They offer this ERCOT resource integration guide. This site has templates and FAQs. They have guides and process documents. There is a handbook. They have resources for modeling, for studies, for RIO, and for commissioning. So just to show an example of what ERCOT side looks like, this is a snip from their process overview. So it just shows the stages moving through their generation interconnection process. They start with that interconnection request application, moving on to registration and modeling, and then moving on to energization, synchronization, and commissioning. All right, we're moving on to Fact 2 now and the impacts of IBRs. So I'm going to touch on entity coordination, long-term studies again, and then finally you're going to get that slide on qualified change. So for entity coordination, we want to coordinate internally and externally, include your third-party suppliers and contractors before making changes to the system that have the potential to affect another entity and the BPS reliability and security. We want to resolve any issues that could negatively affect system performance, determine what constitutes that qualified change, ensure timeliness of data submissions and reliability impact studies, and then coordinate on those studies. Again, relate studies to IBR, and that's going to lead us into long-term studies. For the long-term studies, we want to ensure that all necessary studies for IBR connections are being performed. Here's some questions to ask yourself. Are IBRs explicitly addressed in the entity's interconnection study process? How does the entity ensure study assumptions and system performance considerations are adequate when determining the reliability impact of new IBR interconnections? What is the review or approval process? Think internal controls here. To evaluate system performance, we're going to look at steady state analysis and including IBR's dynamic stability analysis and short circuit analysis. And I have some notes here on each of those studies for you all. So for the steady state analysis, utilize power flow simulations to analyze the steady state performance of the BES with the inclusion of IBRs by assessing voltage stability, reactive power support, and thermal limits. And the next one for dynamic stability analysis, conduct dynamic simulations to evaluate the behavior of IBRs during faults, frequency events, and other transient conditions by assessing the capability of IBRs to ride through disturbances and provide frequency and voltage support. And then finally, to cover the short circuit analysis, perform short circuit studies to evaluate fault current contributions from IBRs by assessing the adequacy of existing protection schemes and identify necessary modifications. So we want to ensure that the studies are performed before interconnection or completion of that qualified change, which leads us into that slide on qualified change. I pulled this section 5.2 from ERCOT's planning guide. There is a link down here in this box. This is just an example of how ERCOT demonstrates their qualified change. They call it any resource entity seeking to modify a generation resource. And item number 3 is where IBRs directly come into play. So it's modifying any control settings or equipment of IBRs that impact the dynamic response, such as voltage frequency and current injections at the POI in a manner that is deemed to require further study in accordance with the process outlined in paragraph 5. I went and looked up paragraph 5 for you all, so I'm not just leading you all into a place where you have to go look into more information. Paragraph 5 is just outlining a timeline and how you submit that information. So it just states that no later than 30 days, the resource entity shall update planning models through RIO. And RIO is the Resource Integration and Ongoing Operations System. Also here, I have that implementation guidance for FACT 2 link up in the top. And here it expands more on requirement 6. They used the word materially modified in previous versions and they changed it to the term qualified change. So that implementation guidance expands on that topic. And then also it provides examples of a qualified change in there. So if you scrolled through that document, you would see an example of a specific qualified change specifically for IBRs. They have several examples, but as it relates to IBRs, there's one in there for that if you wanted to dig into that a little bit further. And that wraps it up for the FACT 2.
So as I promised, the last discussion is on the feedback loop. And if you remember from one of the first slides, there are 2 types of registered entities. There are those that are newly registered, and then the one on the right was the ones that have been registered for a while. So even if you're a newly registered entity, eventually you will get to this feedback loop. So I wanted to go over this with a specific example related to FACT 1 or FACT 2, since that is our discussion today. And this slide is showing what compliances on an engagement, and remember an engagement can be a spot check, self-certification, or an audit, how that can impact how the risk group, my group, does the inherent risk assessment or compliance oversight plan for the next time that your IRA or COP is updated. So let's start at the top, if you will, the 12 o'clock hour of the diagram, the risk assessment, which is risk assessment IRA or COP. The risk team uses the current risk elements. Again, the risk elements are part of the annual CMEP implementation plan. Engagement feedback from your previous, for example, audit. Let's use audit for this example to develop your inherent risk assessment in your COP. So since inverter-based resources in Fact 1 or in Fact 2 are part of 2025 CMEP IP, if you own or operate inverter-based resources, that would be in your compliance oversight plan. Fact 1 and Fact 2 would be included. And moving clockwise to engagement observations, auditors will sample and look at internal controls during engagements. So for our example, Fact 2 is scoped. The auditor's looking at evidence, and Ali provides you some examples of evidence, but the auditor will look at evidence for Fact 1 and Fact 2. But the auditor will also ask you for examples of internal controls. And some of the 2 internal controls that I picked, and these are on our common questions. So take a look if you haven't at our website. I pulled these from Fact 2 off our website, but some examples will be provide documented process or internal controls that address studies for inverter-based resource interconnections. They may ask you, do you have delineation of roles and responsibility, any coordination expectations, and do you do any periodic reviews that are associated with study and reliability impacts? So the audit team will ask you for those samples, ask you for that internal controls, and then let's move to the bubble at the bottom. Around the time of the exit briefing for our example audit, the auditors are providing the risk team with feedback. So they're providing us with what kind of internal controls you have related to this Fact 2 example, what evidence they saw that you're implementing those internal controls. And then moving to the last bubble, planning, COP, and monitoring, when the risk team is doing your next inherent risk assessment and COP, we're using the auditor feedback. So we're using the performance risk. Remember, I said there were 2 types of risk, inherent and performance. Performance risk can be feedback from that previous audit. We're using that to develop your next IRA, your next COP, and that can impact your monitoring interval. It can impact the scope of your next engagement, even the type of engagement, and any sampling we might ask for during the next engagement. And that kind of completes the loop when you get your next IRA and COP back at the top. Ali and I have a couple of resources and guides that we reference here. I encourage you to later to click on these, take a look at them as they're related to Fact 1 and Fact 2. The first 2 are from our website. As I mentioned, there's some engagement common questions, but some of those common questions are related to internal control. So they give you examples of the types of internal controls the audit team may be looking at. We have a couple references from the ERCOT website. These are some things that Ali referenced in her slides. And then the NERC website has a good one-stop shop for not only these standards, but all the standards are located there. We were so excited to share this information with you. We failed to put our contact information, but there are a risk at texasre.org mailbox. If you have any questions about an IRA or COP, feel free to either contact me directly or use that mailbox. And then there's a compliance at texasre.org mailbox if you have any questions related to compliance, which would be engagements, internal controls, things like that.
All right. Looks like we have our first question. Hopefully that's all going through okay. So what were/are the contributors to the delays in the interconnection queues? I don't know if I can speak to all of the delays, but I think just the amount of projects coming on, it creates more interconnection requests and it creates a backlog. I think anybody who's in the industry or maybe has experience, I was a transmission line engineer for 8 years. And, you know, at the end of the year, everyone starts ramping up those projects, right? That project money, you got to get it in by the end of the year. So all those projects start ramping up, you got to get things done. And I think just that's how it gets built up over time.
I can take this one. Are the IRA questionnaires consistent, the same across all 6 regions? So I will speak that there are a set of IRA questions that all 6 regions have agreed to use. Texas already does not ask as many questions as some of the other regions. So we don't ask, I believe there are 200 and something questions. We don't ask 200 something questions because we have some of that information already. And our goal is not to ask you the same thing multiple times. So yes and no. There are a set of questions. There are in the line. We pick a subset of those questions. When determining risk, Texas RE looks at system events. Where does Texas RE receive system event information from? So there is I'm not sure of the NERC group that does system events, but I sit on calls every other month where we talk about system events across the ERO. So we do get, NERC does have that information of system events and they have it by region. So we are able to get that information and determine which events apply to which region.
All right, appreciate the time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rashida and Ali. Nice job. We're running a wee bit ahead of schedule, so we'll extend our break just slightly. 10:30, we'll get going again. So you have a break until 10:30. Thank you. Okay, everybody, break time's over. Time to get back to work here. Continuing with our next presentation at today's Spring Standard Security and Reliability Workshop, we'll be covering IBR modeling challenges. This will be covered by Brad Woods and Blair Giffen, and I believe Mr. Woods is up first.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brad Woods. I'm Senior Engineer in Reliability Services here at Texas RE. Like Matt mentioned, we're going to talk about IBR challenges, modeling challenges today. My background is in transmission planning. Those that don't know me, I was a transmission planner for many years, so my background is in transmission planning. So I'm going through this as a planner. Why are we even discussing IBRs? Because of the growth. Here's some charts that show the IBR growth in ERCOT. These charts for these blue bars, they represent individual years and also what's installed. That's the installed capacity. The purple and the green, that represents the projected growth. So as you can see for wind has been growing for many years now. And based on the projections and also, what's happened historically and projections, wind's been being installed about 2,000 megawatts per year in ERCOT. If you look at solar, it's really the last 5 or 6 years, I guess, maybe that solar's really kicked in and started growing. So based on historical information and also the projections, solar is growing around 6,000 megawatts per year here in ERCOT. And also with batteries just recently, last 2 or 3 years, they've really kicked in. And so based on projections and historical, they're being installed around 4,000 megawatts per year. So that's one of the reasons why we're talking about IBR is because of their growth and their projected growth. So if you look at what's going on in the U.S., it's pretty similar to what's going on in ERCOT. We're seeing wind, many years, wind's been installed, it's been growing. And solar here recently, or I'll say recently, the last 5 years or so, 5 or 6 years, it's been growing. And wind's about 10,000 megawatts per year and 16 for solar. The one thing you can see is with the way that solar is growing, could be soon before long, for the capacity of solar is going to be actually greater than wind. So that could possibly happen pretty soon. So why is that important? Why is that? Why is that something to consider? Well, if you look at, it's because of the transformation in frequency control. Historically, in the past, we've had synchronous generators. They've been controlling the frequency. Frequency, needs to operate at 60 frequency at 60 hertz. So in the past, we've had synchronous generators controlling. They were the main ones controlling the frequency. Now going forward, we're seeing a mixture now. So now we've got synchronous generators with a mix of IBRs. And so IBRs are now, we're relying on them to control the frequency as well now. So that's the change, is there's a mix now that's trying to keep the system operating at 60 hertz. And when I say the design is systems designed for 60 hertz, what does that mean? Well, sorry. In order to maintain the system at 60 hertz, we need a balance between the generation and load. What that means is that as the load is going up and down, the generation needs to go up and down with the load. As long as there's a balance, then the frequency keeps operating at 60. And that also means that when you have a transmission fault on the system, voltage drops, we need to maintain that balance. We don't want, we want to keep the frequency even at 60 even during transmission faults. As long as we keep the frequency pretty close to 60, things are good, and we shouldn't have any issues. So what's the difference between synchronous generators and IBRs? Synchronous generators, they're driven by motors. So you got these big motors that's driving the synchronous generators. IBRs, they're driven by power electronics and software. So that's one of the big differences between the two. And also synchronous generators, because they are driven by motors, they've got that built-in inertia. So the built-in inertia, and then also whenever there's a fault, like I was saying, voltage drops, they've got the built-in inertia, kinetic energy that helps them ride through those faults. But with IBRs, they don't have that built-in inertia, but they do have the capability. They do have the capability, and as long as their settings, that's something I'll discuss more about is the settings. As long as their settings, the controls are set properly, they can also ride through those transmission faults. And then ramp rate motors, for the most part, synchronous generators are limited to ramp the voltage, their power output up and down. Their ability to ramp up and down their power output is based on the motor. How fast can motors ramp up? How fast can motors ramp down? So they're limited to that ramp rate. Whereas IBRs, because they're controlled by power electronics and software, they have a lot more flexibility. They can ramp up really, really fast and ramp down really, really slow. It all depends on whatever they're set to do. So they have a lot of flexibility in their power output. Now, when you look at IBR models, what's included in an IBR model? You can see I don't know if you can see it too well, but down at the bottom right corner, that's an image of a wind plant. And for an IBR, you've got all these different energy sources. You've got, and for this wind plant, you've got those little blue circles. Those are all individual energy sources that are part of the wind plant. And all those individual sources also have inverters. So you got individual sources, individual inverters, and all of them are producing power. And all that power that they produce goes through feeders, the collector system, up to the plant substation. And then that's where everything is collected into the plant substation. All that power is collected into the plant substation. And then there's transformers at the plant substation that take the voltage to a higher level, and that power goes up into the BPS to the point of interconnection. So all of those energy sources, inverters, and the feeder collector system, and the substation, they all have their individual protection systems. That's something to remember. They all have their individual protection systems. And all those individual protection systems, if they see an issue, problem, all of those protection systems have controller. The plant controller is what controls the power that's coming out of the plant. I was talking about ramping up and down. What's the plant controller that determines how fast the power, you can ramp the power up or down? It's determined by the plant controller. It controls the power that's coming out of the plant. Something else to remember going as I go forward. So when do planners receive models? The first time they receive models is typically first time they receive a model for a plant is during the interconnection study. Interconnection studies typically occur 1 to 5 years. My background, I've seen it for the most part, it's around 3 years or so when you first receive those models. And those models are based on expected. Okay, and they're based on expected design of the plant. And then you go through the interconnection process and a plant decides, yeah, we want to move forward. So they actually build the plant, and the plant is actually constructed. At that point, you're going to go into commissioning, but you've got as-built information now. And one of the things that planners want to do is, okay, you gave me a model that represented your expected design. Does your model now does the as-built information match up with the expected? So should be a process of comparing your as-built information with your expected information to ensure that the model that you have represents the as-built information. And then whenever planners receive those models, the things that they want to do is, first thing you want to do when you receive a model is you want to plug it into your software, your planning software, plug it in, does it work? That's the first thing you want to do. Does it work or does it not work? So it's, you want to make sure that it works, so it's usable. And then another thing you want to do is you want to test it. You want to apply some transmission faults, some faults to it, and make sure that does it do what you expect it to do? Does it behave the way you expect it to? And also because you're still, before the plant is commercial, you're testing, you're doing simulations. You're simulating a transmission fault and applying that to the model. You don't have the ability yet to test what a plant actually does during an actual fault. So you're just comparing it to simulations right now in this process. Now, when the plant goes into commercial operation, that's when during commercial operation, one of the things you want to make sure as a planner is, okay, if there's any changes that they make to their plant after it goes commercial, if they upgrade the plant, make any kind of changes that would change the performance of the plant, you want to have them update their model. And also, if during a transmission event, you want to make sure that during these events that the plant is behaving the way the model behaves for that same type of fault. So that's another kind of check you want to make. So why are accurate IBR model is important? Well, as I mentioned, we're starting to rely on them more and more to control frequency, to make sure that the system stays stable. And IBRs are different. As I mentioned, they are different. A lot depends on their settings. So you want to make sure you have something that's going to represent, this is very important, you want to make sure you have something that represents an accurate representation of those IBR plants so that when you do your studies, if there's any issues that you see when you apply those transmission faults, that any issues are addressed, you can address them. So it's really important to be able to see the problem before it actually happens so you can address the problem, right? Because, you want to make sure that there's not any unknowns. You don't want a plant tripping in the field, but your model doesn't trip. And so now you don't know if those transmission faults, if there's a difference, you don't know if those transmission faults are going to cause any problems or not. And if you get enough models, enough plants that are actually doing something different, the unknown is, are we really going to be able to survive those transmission faults if you don't know? So it's kind of the unknown. So we're trying to avoid, accurate models help you avoid the unknown. Speaking of unknowns, here's some events that planners didn't know were going to happen based on the models. So there's a lot of them. So I wanted to go through these. I'm going to go through them, try to go through them quickly, but I think it was important to show all these and go through all these because I want everybody to have a good understanding as to what's been happening, what's been the recommendations, and also help you understand why FERC issued 901. So starting off with the first one, 2016 Blue Cut, there was a fault, transmission fault. You can see on the top right, transmission fault, and number one represents what happens to the solar generation, the IBRs, during fault number one. The power from the IBRs drops. You lose IBR and you lose 1,200 megawatts, okay? And then, like I mentioned earlier, load and generation need to stay the same, they need to be balanced, right? They need to be equal to keep frequency at 60. So what happens when all this generation, they see that transmission fault, voltage drops, okay? They decide, whatever reason they drop, when they see a voltage drop, and all of a sudden there's an imbalance, right? There's an imbalance. Load is still up here, generation drops, and that causes the frequency to drop, okay? So that's what's going on here is that generation is dropping and load is staying the same, so you're seeing the drop in frequency. And that's a concern when we have frequency drops, because in order to, what we want all these generators to do is to stay online, keep producing power, and maintain the frequency at 60 during these events. And I show what the frequency dropped to, and as I mentioned earlier, planners didn't know this was going to happen. Planners were simulating this exact, this type of transmission fault on the system in their studies. Planners didn't know this was going to happen, and that's the concern. So what were the recommendations? One of the recommendations is about momentary sensation. I'll explain that real quick. Try to do my best to explain that. What that is momentary cessation is when these IBRs, they see that transmission fault during, a transmission fault, voltage drops, and they don't necessarily trip off completely offline, but what they do is they ramp, I was talking about ramping. These IBRs, they have the ability to ramp down. So they ramp down their power really fast until the transmission fault clears, okay? And then they start ramping their generation back up. So that's one of the things, I'm not really sure if I ever understood exactly why they do that, but IBRs, a lot of them in the past, especially, a lot of the IBRs, they would do that. They'd use momentary sensation, drop their power, and then during a transmission event, and then start ramping it back up once it clears. So here, this is one of the first recommendations. This is back in 2016. Back in 2016, they were saying, okay, if you're gonna use this momentary sensation, we need you to ramp back up within 5 seconds to get back to where you were within 5 seconds. So that was the recommendation in 2016. For planners, PCs and TPs, the recommendation here was to use the acceptable models that are in the acceptable model list. And also, they talk about detailed models and then electromagnetic transient models, EMT. You're going to hear me refer to EMT a lot, okay? So let me explain. There's 3 different types of models that planners can use, and they all have different levels of detail. There's generic models that have the least amount of detail, and then there's user-defined models. They have the medium level of detail, and then the EMT models, which have the high level. High level, I would say EMT models. Those are the ones, I was talking about how within a IBR plant, you've got all these protection systems. You got the inverters, you got the resources, you've got the feeders, and you've got the substation. All those have those different protections within the plant. EMT models, they have all the detail. They include the feeder, they include the protection for the feeders, and they include the last thing is they include information about the plant controller. All that level of detail is included in EMT, not so much in user-defined and even less in the generic models. But here what they're saying is if for local studies, like if you're doing an interconnection study and you're talking about plugging this IBR into a certain part of the system, for that local interconnection study, they're recommending to use user-defined models, and maybe even if you're in a weak grid area, to use the EMT models with the one with a higher level of detail. So next one, canyon disturbance. Another transmission fault, and you see up on the top right, another loss of IBR generation. Again, the frequency drops. The loss is about 900 megawatts. And the reason for the loss is protection settings. Those protection settings are what I'm talking about when I say internal protection systems, whether it's the feeders, individual inverters, those internal protections settings, that's what they're referring to here when you see protection settings. And the momentary cessation, that's another thing that caused the loss, is that they saw the transmission, these IBRs, they saw the fault, transmission fault, voltage drop, okay, I'm dropping. They dropped their power and then they ramped it back up. But that, like I said, because they can ramp down really fast, they're ramping down really fast, and it's causing the imbalance between the generation and the load and causing the frequency to drop. Again, this is the concern, is planners didn't know this was going to happen. When they run their studies didn't show this was going to happen. So here we get, like I said before, in 2016, if you're going to use momentary sensation, ramp back up. Well, guess what they're saying now? This recommendation is, okay, we do not recommend the use of momentary sensation. So it's a little bit different in the recommendation. Don't use those. And then it talks about more about, protection. Make sure your protection settings, check your protection settings, make sure that you can ride through. Unless there's some kind of equipment limitation, make sure your protection settings allow your plant to ride through these typical transmission faults. And then for planners, it talks about using EMT models and doing EMT studies, because that's really what all these recommendations are getting down to, is that in order to see what these plants are doing, you really need to have all that detail. You need to have those protection settings, that plant controller information in your models. So again, 2018 now, we're again seeing this time this chart shows two different disturbances. Again, there's a disturbance and there's a transmission fault. You lose generation. And then the reason for the loss is protection settings and momentary sensation. I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, but I just want to trying to make a point here on what's going on, help you understand. And then IBRs were not accurate. I'm sorry, the IBR models were not accurate. Planners did not know this was going to happen. Again, momentary cessation is not recommended. And then we'll talk about the protection settings. Hey, fix your protection settings. Make sure that you're not tripping. If your plant has the ability to ride through them, change your protection settings in your controller so that they can ride through and maintain your generation. PCs and TPs, what they're saying here is, okay, if you know these plants are out there and they've used a momentary sensation, make sure your model that you have, make sure that it matches up with what, if you know they're using momentary sensation, do the models match up with that? When you run your studies, do you see that? So the recommendations for planners to check their models and make sure they're matching up with what's going on in the field. So 2020, we've got another one. We got a fault, approximately 1,000 megawatts of generation. There was actually two on the second time. Second fault, lost 1,000 megawatts. Protection settings, momentary sensation. And then again, planners didn't know this was going to happen. Here's a new recommendation that's popping up now is data monitoring. One of the things that has been a problem, been an issue with whenever you see that a plant tripped out in the field, doesn't match up with your model, and then you try to say, okay, plant, why did you trip? Well, if there's only transmission level data, recorded data for that transmission fault, that event, it's really difficult to go into and dig through the information to figure out why did that plant trip? What protection? Is it protection on a feeder? Was it protection on your inverters? If you're just looking at the transmission level, but down here in the plant somewhere, that's what caused the loss of the generation. And it's really hard to do your investigation to figure out what's going on and figure out what caused it to trip. And then because when you need to know, there's two different reasons why you need to know. One, you need to know why it tripped, and if it did trip and didn't really need to trip because of really wasn't protecting the equipment, what needs to be changed so that it can ride through. And two, if for whatever reason it needs to trip, it was a good reason for the tripping, you need to know how do you change the model to match up with what's going on with the plant. So, in order for you to do all that, you need data from the plant, actually plant level data. And then here are the recommendations for the planners is to make sure you collect the information that you need. Because, and then like I was just saying, is you can collect that data, you can do your research, you can determine why it tripped, but you need to take that information and plug it into a model. Well, all that level of detail, can you really plug that into a generic model? Maybe not. More than likely, you're going to need all that local plant level data that you're collecting, all those settings and all that protection settings, that kind of information, you more than likely can only plug it into an EMT model, the one that has all the detail. Okay, Odessa, another transmission fault, and also over 1,000 megawatts. Protection settings, why did we lose generation, IBR generation? You can see on the top right, as soon as you have that fault, you lose generation and the frequency drops. And again, the models did not match up with what this happened. So this happened, planners did not know it was going to happen. Recommendation, at this point, this is what, 2021, I believe. At this point, NERC has already seen the past events, and they started working up guidelines. They started preparing guidelines, things that they want GOs to do, IBRs specifically. So at this point, there's already, guidelines out there for GOs to be reading. So they just pretty much said, hey, go read that information and implement those recommendations that we have in the guidelines. And then for planners, it's basically, the EMT studies that you need to use your EMT models, do your EMT studies, because they're the ones that have the plant level detail. Something new on this one is a little bit down, you'll see benchmark. What is benchmark? Benchmark your models. So this is where I see this recommendation for benchmark. Benchmark is when you got your different levels of detail in your different models. You got your EMT model, you got your user-defined model, you got your generic model. Well, the EMT model is the one that should be the most accurate. It's the one that's got all the details. Okay, so you need to, whenever you're benchmarking, means compare, apply faults, do your simulated faults to the EMT model, and do the same thing with your user-defined model, and do a check and see, okay, are you getting the same behavior from both of those models? Make sure that the user-defined is matching up with what the EMT is doing. And the same thing with generic models. So you're going to use a generic model. Okay, maybe there's some studies where maybe it's a system-wide study. Maybe generic models are okay for that. But if you are going to use generic models, at least do a benchmark comparison between your benchmark and your generic model, and do a benchmark between your generic model and your EMT model. Just make sure that they match up as far as how they perform. Okay, more events. So there's 4 of them. All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 4 here, and you can see the chart up there on the top right. These are all on different days, but they just put them on one chart. But it was you basically see the same thing, right? You see transmission fault, loss of generation, and the frequency drops. And there's your different amounts of how much you lost. And again, it comes back to protection settings. Why did we lose that generation? Protection settings, momentary cessation. And again, planners didn't know this was going to happen. Planners did not know this was going to happen. So recommendations, again, implement the recommendations that are already out there. There's tons of information, recommendations out there. And then PCs, they should make sure that, you're using, there's guidelines out there. There's information for planners too on how they should handle, planners, that these issues are going on. you know that these models aren't matching up. What can you do to help improve the models, the accuracy of the models? And there's some recommendations for planners that we've already gone through. So, you know, if you need to start using EMT models and so forth, you need to make sure you get the data that's necessary to use those. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go back. There was one, you know, do some model checks to make sure the last one, do some model checks to make sure the actual equipment. So you can do some checks, you know, with your models and make sure you can ask the, generator, what are your settings out in the field, and make sure your models match up the actual settings. Panhandle. So another event, another transmission fault. Well, it's a transmission. One happened. This one is a little different in that the fault happened on a tie line to a generator, and whenever that fault cleared, it took out that generator. The line that was faulted was a tie line to a generator. So whenever it cleared that fault, it took out some generation. But taking out that fault and taking out that generator caused other IVRs in the area to trip. We'll wind a day trip, protection and control settings. So, and then again, the planners didn't know this was going to happen. Here's a new, well, it's not actually new. It's the one I mentioned earlier, high resolution monitoring equipment, and at the POI and on the collector feeders. Okay, that's the important part, is that whenever we have these issues with plants not matching up with what was expected, then you need to do an investigation. It's really important. You got to be able to do an investigation. I'm sure people of ERCOT would tell you how important it is to have that data, because it's really difficult to go and try to determine why a plant tripped when you don't have that information, the recordings of what happened internally that caused those internal protections to trip. So that's really important. I think one is, maybe it's not on this one, but I know at some point we're going to see another recommendation. And then when you get on the planners, you need to make sure that you do, you know, quality checking of the models, and another comparison of compare your EMT model with your user-defined, your positive sequence model, user-defined model. Do some benchmarking. Odessa. Again, transmission fault, loss of IBR generation. This one was actually, you know, quite a bit of generation that lost here. Frequency drops down to 59.7. I think it's one of the lowest ones, if not the lowest one we've seen of all these events. Again, the loss of IBR. And one of the reasons why you could be, and that's a big concern, is that, you know, as you move on into the years, we're getting more and more IBRs. As you get more and more IBRs that are behaving the way that's not expected, then these events can get bigger. The amount that you're losing, the amount of generation that you're losing, these events can get bigger, and the amount of voltage drop is getting bigger. All a big concern, especially when planners don't know it's going to happen. So, you know, this is really talking about, for GL's recommendation is, you know your plants are tripping. We really don't want them to trip unless you're really needing to trip to protect your equipment. If you need to protect your equipment, okay, we understand that. But if you're not doing it, if they're really not a reason for them to be tripping with their protection settings, then check it. You know, let's fix that. Let's stay online during these typical transmission events. And then for planners, it's another just, you know, but benchmarking, comparing your positive sequence with your plant user-defined model with your MT. And then I was looking for another one. I think this, yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's really getting down to the same thing on, you know, checking your models, make sure your models match up with what's in the field. In Southwest Utah disturbance, IBR lost about 900 megawatts. Again, you lose, why did you lose this? Protection settings, control settings, frequency dropped, and then planners didn't know this was going to happen. And anti-islanding, this is a new one, but it's really, it's really protection settings. It's really your recommendation to check your protection settings. Did you really need to do that? Do you really need, whatever is tripping, whatever reason why you're tripping offline, did it really need to? Did it really do this to protect the equipment? Because the recommendation is not to use it unless you're trying to protect your equipment. And then also the recommendation to plant owners, you may not have a good understanding as to what your plant's doing. You need to go back and talk to the manufacturer. We'll do that. Okay, let's figure this out. If you need to go talk to your manufacturers, let's do that. And for planners, it's basically all the recommendations that are out there, guidelines, recommendations, and a lot of these reports. Planners, let's implement that and see what we can do to help improve these models. And the last one, I think this one is somewhat important. It's a heads up. It's a heads up that, in the beginning, I talked about how over many years we've had wind, a lot of wind has been installed, then solar installs, we got a lot of solar. And all these previous events, it was wind and solar that was the issue. It was wind and solar that were tripping offline, that were taking their power offline. And if you saw in the ERCOT early on, the growth in ERCOT on batteries, we're seeing batteries now, they're starting to, last 2 or 3 years, they're starting to increase. The amount of batteries is starting to increase. Well, guess what's happening here now? In Utah, we got a battery that's we're losing power from a battery during these events. So now we're starting to see batteries. So it's not just solar, wind, now it's batteries. And that's a concern, is that we expect the amount of batteries to increase in the ERCOT system and also within the US. So what does all this mean? Why is, model not accurate? Models are not, planners did not know. So really what this comes down to is, this is the unknown. And that's the concern, is that as long as we know that these plants, let's say if you had models that were showing all these, that's one thing. Okay, if these models, if we have a transmission event, these plants are going to trip, the models show that. And if they show a problem, then the planners can address it, right? That's one of the biggest reasons why, main reasons why you do planning, is that you want to see in the future, okay, are we going to have problems? Okay, if we are going to have problems, then we can address it before the plant gets into operations and before it goes commercial. But the problem with here is that planners did not know that these events were going to happen. So in other words, if you don't know if these plants are tripping, then you don't know if you're going to be able to survive these transmission events. That's the concern, is that it's the unknown. Are we really going to survive if we keep adding all these IBRs, and it's unknown as to whether or not they're going to stay online? Well, it's unknown as to whether or not this system is going to stay stable. Are we going to have cascading? Is it going to go unstable? You don't know, because you don't have the ability to plan. You don't have the ability to test and see whether or not you're going to have issues. But as long as you know, planners can address it if there is a problem. So FERC was like, okay, we need to do something. We're having all these events. We've got all these recommendations. We got some existing models, model standards, requirements, but we got all these recommendations, and they're good recommendations. But over these years, these recommendations, something's not working. So maybe we need to turn some of these recommendations into requirements. So NERC said, okay, let's do that. Let's look at what we can do as far as turning some of these recommendations into requirements. And there's 4 areas that they're wanting to address: data sharing, model validation, planning operation studies, and performance requirements. And I'll go through those. Data sharing, I've already kind of discussed this earlier. It's really, you need to gather the information that's going on in the plant level information. You need to gather that information And not only gather it, but you also need to hold on to it. You need to hold on to that information because typically it takes a while, after an event, it could be months after the event that, either ERCOT or Texas RE, NERC do the investigation to figure out, okay, why did you trip? So it could be months down the road before that investigation actually happens to try to figure out what's going on, what happened. So you need to collect your data and then hold on to that data. And provide it to your, up on request, provide it to your TP, your PC. IBR validation. This is really just basically it's talking about make sure that your models match up with what's going on in the field. Make sure the information in your models matches up, your settings, all the details. You want to make sure that all that information is included. And also another thing is that they're wanting to do, they want to match it up with, they want to require you once there's an event, as I was mentioning earlier, there's an event, you tripped, let's do a model validation. Let's check to see if that model matches up with what your plant did in the field. So they want to make a requirement so that you do that. You have to do that have a fault, your plant trip, model didn't match. So go through the process of, using that data that you're collecting, go through that process. They're talking about making that a requirement to go through that process to make sure that it's you got a kind of choice here. You can either make a change to your plant. When you got plant and model are not matching up, you got an option: change the plant or change the model. Now, if the plant, if whatever reason to protect its equipment, the plant needs to trip. To protect its equipment, it needs to trip. Okay, I understand that. But change the model. Give us the information so that the model matches up what your plant's going to do. That's what this is kind of referring to for model validation. Get them to match. This is planning. This is really just talking about. You just need to make sure you include IBRs in your studies. The last one is performance requirement. As I've been mentioning is that, if your plant is capable of riding through those transmission faults, change your setting, change your controls so that they will ride through. And that's what I think, this is what this is getting to. Now, of course, if someone says, well, I got an old plant that can't, we're taking it offline for a reason, protect the equipment. I understand that. Let's just make sure the model matches up with that. So you may not be required to ride through if your equipment can't handle it. So I guess what I'm getting at. But just make sure the model, you provide the information, the model includes that information that the planner can use to test. Okay, your plant's going to trip. Does it cause problems? If it does, then the planners need to do something to address it. ERCOT has already implemented some model test requirements already, and because they've got a lot of IBRs, they've got a lot of concerns with these events, so they've already added some new requirements. Model quality tests for the different models. They want to this is kind of the benchmarking. So ERCOT has a benchmarking requirement. They want all these models to be benchmarked against each other. The PSCAD is that is their EMT. ERCOT's EMT is PSCAD. So they want to make sure that you compare your EMT, your highest level, your model with the highest level of detail. Compare that with your PSSC, your user-defined models, and if you're using a generic, compare that with your generic model, just to make sure that whatever models you're providing us and that we're going to use, make sure they match up with the model with the most detail. And then also for validation of the PSCAD, that's your EMT model, you want to make sure that it includes all that detail, the correct detail. And that's the important thing is, if you put a lot of information, oh yeah, this model has a lot of detail, so it must be good. Well, All depends, right? It may be good if all the protection settings and control settings are all correct and they match up with what's out in the field, but an EMT model is no good if it has bad information, bad settings, right? So you need, it's only good if you have good settings, the correct settings that match up with what's out in the field. Model parameter, and this goes to, you need to do that check of the parameters that are being used in your models, the settings and all that that's being used in your models, does that match up what's the settings that are out in the field? So you need to do that check. You need to go out in the field, tell us what's in the field, and then give us information so we can do a check with the models and make sure that settings in the field match up with the model that you're providing to us. Another thing that they've done is the ride-through requirement. It goes back to what I've said again, is that if your plant has the ability to ride through, there's no reason why it shouldn't ride through. You're not tripping because of you're trying to protect equipment. If you have the ability, change your settings, change your control so that during these transmission faults that the voltage drops, that you keep providing power. You don't have a loss of power. You don't drop your power. You maintain your same level of power through these. You ride through these events. Now, if there's a good reason, like I say, to protect your equipment, okay, that's understandable. But if you have the ability, your plant has the ability, make the changes to ensure that your plant can ride through it. And then make sure that, and then going back to that again, is that if your plant can't ride through, or maybe you're working on it. Let's say, yeah, we will eventually make those changes to allow that plant to ride through. When are you gonna make those changes? I don't know, maybe a year from now, we may be done. Well, during that year, update your model, okay? There's planning studies going on all the time. There could be an event tomorrow. We need to know what your plant is gonna do now so we can do those studies. We prepare if it's gonna cause issues when you trip, we need to make those changes now. So we need to know now what your plant's going to do. And so that's one of the things that ERCOT has done as far as ride-through requirements. So what all this comes down to is, there's a lot of IBRs that are being added to the system. There are already a lot of IBRs on the system. The amount of IBRs is going to increase. We're going to get more of those on the system. Okay, it's coming, and they're now, like I mentioned earlier, they have a responsibility to help maintain a system frequency. Maintain that frequency at 60. Very important to maintain that frequency at 60 during these transmission faults. Your typical transmission faults, we shouldn't see your generation unless it's necessary, but we shouldn't see all this. A lot of this generation we shouldn't be losing it. And one that's important, like I said, is that planners need to know what's going to happen in the field so that they can know what's actually going to happen if you do trip, whatever reason, and it causes problems, then planners can address the problem before it happens. Do their planning. That's the purpose of planning, is to address problems before they happen. So that's why it's very important to have accurate models so that we can plan. We don't like the unknown. Planners like to give you an answer. Okay, if we have this fault, is it going to cause a problem? We don't want to say, I don't know. I really don't know. We don't have the proper models to give you a good answer. And that's not something planners, they want to give you a good answer. Yes, we've made the changes. We are ready for that kind of fault. And then one of the things that also is that, like I mentioned, there's existing requirements and there's proposed new requirements. Okay, the existing requirements plus the new ones, all of these together can help improve models. So that's what we're looking for, is let's improve these models so that we're prepared for what's going to happen tomorrow. That's all I have. And we have coming up, Blair, he's going to talk about some MOD standards, referring to, as I just mentioned, existing requirements. He's going to go over some of the existing MOD standards.
Good afternoon. As Brad said, my name's Blair Giffen. We've got a Slido up here for you to sort of transition into a new presentation. I did ask Brad to stick around for questions after. So as these answers, as this poll comes in, I'm going to give an introduction. My name is Blair Giffen. I'm the manager of OMP compliance monitoring at Texas RE. I have over 20 years experience in the electric power industry. I have in my previous lives worked on integrating generator models into power system studies for transient stability studies, steady state studies, and I've also audited Mod 26 here at Texas RE for verification of models for control functions. As Brad said, the risk is here. The risk has been here since 2016. Inaccurate models. We saw that in his presentation. All of the events that have happened, and so we're going to talk today about what can we do from a compliance perspective to address some of these risks. So looking here, I'm glad to see we've got some Category 1 and Category 2 entities in the audience today. That's primarily, what this presentation is geared toward. So it looks like a little bit over half we'll be speaking to today. And the other half, I assume, maybe some transmission owners and operators out there as well. Let me see if I can get this going here. Is that me or you? Okay. So, like I said, we've seen the issues here since 2016. Like we saw earlier today, we've got anticipating 140 gigawatts of IBRs on the system in 2027. 92% of the requests out there are IBR requests. And so I've got up here, we've defined it already, but I wanted to point out again here that we're talking about solar, PV, wind, battery, storage, and fuel cell technologies. Anything that's using the power converters considered IBRs in this discussion. So let's talk about the significance of the IBR modeling. Like I've said, we continue to focus on the risk, which is inaccurate models, unexpected behaviors, and these models, they form the building blocks of power system studies and simulations for the planning and operations horizon. And models that have been verified accurate are critical to a range of reliability studies, including transmission planning assessments and establishing security operating limits and interconnection reliability operating limits, as well as real-time state estimators and the expected behavior of the grid during disturbances. The validity of these assessments depends on the modeling data and includes facility ratings, the verified real and reactive power capability, and knowing how these systems will respond during events and disturbances on the system, both steady state and dynamic behaviors. And so in order to address these risks, we have what I'll collectively call the MOD family of standard requirements. That includes Mod 26, which addresses the voltage response, Mod 27, frequency, Mod 32, and Mod 33, steady state and dynamic system model validation. And I'll touch on each one of these today. So what's the purpose of Mod 26? Well, it's to verify that the generation excitation control system and control model used in the dynamic systems accurately represent the system behavior when assessing the BES reliability. And this is applicable to both generator owners and transmission planners. For aggregate generating plants such as IBRs, meaning the wind and the solar that we've been talking about, the VoltVar control system encompasses both the voltage regulator and reactive power control systems that coordinate the plant voltage and associated reactive capability resources needed for grid stability. And in particular, solar photovoltaic PV systems, they can present additional challenges, even more so than wind, due to the complex inverter settings, coordination needs, and potential for voltage instability if mismodeled. So I've got up here a flow chart for Mod 26, and this is intended to be a visual with the requirements there built in. And so if you are one of these new registrants, if you're an IBR generator owner, you're on the left-hand side of the screen there. And if you're coming to connect to the grid, you need to know what is the model verification requirements of the transmission planner. And so you would reach out to that transmission planner to be able to accurately model and study your facility and submit to the transmission planner those studies in these further requirements. But you need to know what that transmission planner needs in order for you to connect. So you would request that of the transmission planner that responds within 90 calendar days. Moving on to R2, you're going to provide to that transmission planner your VoltVar control function model, and that shows how your control system will respond to these different simulations. And in turn, I'll skip down to R6. The transmission planner eventually needs to confirm the usability of the models that you're providing to the transmission planner. So usable, not usable. Like Brad touched on, the transmission planners immediately plugging these into their models, testing if they work, compatible with the software that they're using, et cetera. Transmission planner will then confirm that those are usable. So in the case where it does not match or it does not work, R5, if the transmission planner then says, hey, your models aren't working in our software, we can't get it to solve, we can't get it to simulate, they'll respond not usable. And then in R5, the GO shall provide written response to the transmission planner and its intent to correct that with the details of plans to verify the model and correct the model data. So it's the middle part of this diagram where it's this back and forth to ensure that these models are accurate and modeled in a timely fashion. So let's talk a little bit about, what can we do to ensure that this process is efficient, accurate, and we get the intended outcome, which are usable models that represent the system and are available for these simulations to predict the outcomes that we're looking for. So the internal controls around documenting and record keeping have a formal documented process to verify the models and the data and ensure you're getting a response from the other party, follow up, escalate if needed. If you're a generator owner, what steps have you taken to validate that your model data matches actual system behavior and accurately represent the generator responses? if you're a generator owner with type 1 or type 2 wind turbines, do you have reactive support such as SVCs or STATCOMs? And how are you modeling those and giving those to the transmission planner for study? Ensure that those elements are included. Do you have plant level controllers that are operating shunt capacitors? And for dynamic system event responses, ensure that you're looking at the response time in the 15, 30, 60-second time frame horizon, because that's the dynamic response, the appropriate dynamic response time frame there for proper simulation. And then on the other side, as a transmission planner, are you reviewing and updating the model data specifications to ensure you are collecting the necessary data to accurately represent the IBR performance? And subsequently also following up in the timelines prescribed within Mod 26 and ensuring you get a response, and then having escalation items built into your process as well. And then the bottom here, this verification and quality assurance, internally review model accuracy before submission, and then know what version software everybody's using and ensure that it's compatible. That'll save some of those back and forth usable, not usable discussions if you can know what's compatible. Consider developing a formal documented process for verifying models and data for generation excitation control systems. Next slide. Yeah. And have a defined reporting procedure with clear procedures for data submission and communicating protocols with the planning coordinator and transmission planner. And with all of this, we want, from an audit perspective, we need documentation for all of this. I mean, this is done typically via email. And so we're not only ensuring that these models are reviewed before submitting, but we're keeping receipts and confirmation on all of this correspondence to ensure that we're meeting the timelines prescribed within, again, Mod 26 and Mod 32 timelines. So those are the two primary mod standards I wanted to touch on that are applicable to generator owners. I did put Mod 33-2 in here as well, which is applicable to planning coordinator, reliability coordinator, and transmission operator. And this is to establish consistent validation requirements to facilitate the correct collection of accurate data and building planning models to analyze the reliability of the interconnected transmission system. And this is where you get a lot of your trying to simulate the expected response from a system-wide perspective, and from a planner perspective, simulate those conditions on all of those scenarios that Brad was covering earlier. So basically, again, comparing planning flow models to actual system behavior. And in subpart, I'll note that subpart 1.2, specifically talks about documenting voltage oscillations and frequency excursions and the system response to those. So this is just another diagram here showing the RC and the TO providing actual system behavior data to a planning coordinator and validating that under R1 within 30 calendar days of request. And the planning coordinator shall have a data validation process to include the subparts of R1. So this is, additional resources for the reading. As we've been talking about all day today, we've got FERC Order 901 and the projects associated with that, which are modifying several of these mod standards. Those are under comment right now, and I believe are, eminently going to be balloted, so keep that in mind. I found this top one, ERO Enterprise CMEP Practice Guide, to be a very good read there. This is directed towards CMEP staff, and so I recommend reading that one as well. So before I put up this next slide, I do want to remind you that this is the last slide before lunch. But definitely willing to take any questions that are out there. And Brad's going to help me. So I guess the questions can potentially cover both of our presentations here.
Okay. And you want me to read the question? Okay. Are there any examples of changes that IBRs, wind solar, can make once they go commercial and in service that would trigger a model update? Okay, first, let me say this before I give an answer, is that I'm not compliant, so my answers are based on what a planner would tell you, okay? So don't take my answers as being compliance related. And as a planner, what I want to know is that if you're making any kind of change to your plant that's going to change its behavior, okay? If you're making a change, it's going to change its behavior. I want to know about it, okay? We may want to change the model. So let me know if you're making any changes that are going to change the behavior. That's my answer on as far as when to let your planners know is when you're making a change that's going to change the behavior. All right, is it possible for entities to request that certain types of analysis be performed by reliable? Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that one. Tobes? No, I don't have any, no, I don't have any examples. Sorry, whoever asked. Do you have any examples of when Tobes saved the day? Recognize the importance of IBR models in your presentation. IBRs with grid forming and storage resources have helped grid stability in the recent past advance. Do you have information on that to understand holistically? No, I haven't seen any studies myself. I haven't performed any studies. I haven't seen any. I do know that it's something they're looking at and something that can possibly help. But I don't have a good understanding exactly. I haven't seen enough information to know whether or not how much they're helping or how much they can help. I don't pass on that one. The only modeling standard considered for me, 532, if modeling and right through are issues for. That's a compliance question.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that.
Where's the,
Uh,
yeah, where's the easy questions? Come on. Mhm. 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 Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. A lot of events had issues with, I saw this one. Yeah, a lot of events had issues with the actual protection settings being incorrect. I agree. How does incorrect protection settings turn into modeling issues? Please explain the correlation between. Yeah, that's a very good point. And the one thing I want to say is that, yes, your plant may have tripped because of incorrect protection settings, okay? That's why we need to investigate. Why did your plant trip? Once we find out, you collect the data, you record the data, you hold on to the data, and then when there's an investigation, you're able to say, yeah, my plant tripped. The model is actually correct, but my plant tripped because we plugged in the wrong settings. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that issue. So there's no changes needed for the model. If that's the case, okay, we understand that. Let's make the changes, correct the settings, and just ensure that the model matches up with what the plant's going to do in the field. That's totally understandable. So that's why I said there's two different options, right? When the model doesn't match the plant, option one is change what's going on at the plant to match the model, or change the model to match the plant, one or the other. It's a good question, though.
What I would like to express feeling here, going through these all IBRs, I mean, in short, like why we are receiving these kind of questions regarding the IBR versus this sync generation type. Only the reason that there is a great thirst. Every, the geo and completing the IBR, the projects out over there, this is the topmost question. And especially RE taxes, like our wind farm and the solar farms in the R code areas, we are having, this kind of issue, and we went through all the details. Those are very great, in order to make an analysis that the people, like as a geo, we are looking some concrete, the information regarding the model. The basic question, as you said, like the voltage will drop, transmission faults will come, and accordingly the geo has to, like step up or step down in order to keep the reliability operation of the transmission line. So there is a great thirst for the right model, and this is the questions actually I also wrote it down here, that when you see the EMT model, so I was thinking that might be they have studied here, but it's gonna be vary from site to site, location to location, and plant to plant. So that's my feelings are. Actually, I also came down from the Detroit, Michigan, from the North Star, in order to to get the first hand knowledge and to see that what we are doing in this. So you would, being in, when it comes to RE, I face the audit question from for Mod 26, only submitting for 6 days late. but there's a lot of work is remaining when it comes to the IBR resources and to do these. It is something like back in 2000, like when it is the analogy like voice over IP. So voice over IP protocol was designed on a non-real-time base protocol. The voice protocol was before like less than 10 millisecond sound gap. We start annoying that what went wrong, why don't we hear that one? And similarly, the transmission, the fault and engineering from 150 years back, and now we are adding new technology like IBR resources, wind farm or solar energy. We have a gap here. So, and we have to, things are coming up. We are trying our best. There is a shortage in the plant-based controllers. In order to mode 25 active and reactive power to balance out that, but we have problems because of the certainty of the electronic components when it comes to IBR resources. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next was if inverters have firmware updates performed by OEMs, will models need to be updated? I'm not sure like that need to be updated is kind of a compliance question. I'm not going to answer it as non-compliance, but as a planner, like I mentioned earlier, if you're making changes that's going to change the behavior of your plant, if that firmware update, for whatever reason, now you're able to produce more power, or you've got a different behavior now after the firmware update. To me, as a planner, I want to know that. So to me, that's where you should go to your planner and say, hey, this update is causing a change. We need to look at whether or not we need to update the model. How many times can a TP and GO go through the iterative process? Until you get it right, I guess. If there's issues that, your plant keeps, one of the things I have seen, and when I read through these reports, going from one report to the next, is that you had one plant, let's say multiple plants, they trip on one reason or one event this year, and then 2 years later, they trip because of some other reason, right? The same plant, but it was a different reason, a different setting that caused them to trip. So yeah, you just keep working through that. You just got to keep working through that until you get it right.
Yes. Thank you, citizen. I agree. I think, and again, maybe I'll just put the compliance spin on the end of that question. It would be really nice to be able to see some clear agreement at the end of that process.
If inverters need to, next question, if inverters need to update the protection settings, do we have to update the models before updating the settings, or can the settings be updated first and then work on the models, thinking about ride-through capabilities? And that's a good point. I kind of wanted to bring that up earlier, is that there's always that question about, well, the model doesn't match the plant, but the plant needs to make changes so that it'll ride through. So do I keep using this model that I know is incorrect? I got to do studies now. And that's a question that planners have. So I got to do studies now. The model that I'm using now says that you're going to ride through this, but I know based on history, your plant's going to trip. But you're telling me the plant, we're working on that. We're going to make some changes so that it will ride through in the near term, in the near future. So what is the planner supposed to do? Do I keep using this model that's wrong, that doesn't match? It's not accurate. To me, it's like, if I'm doing studies right now, let's make the changes. Let's get the model fixed so it matches up what and I know there's a lot of effort and there can be a cost involved with that, but how many inaccurate models does it take for us to not know what's going to happen, and how many IBRs that are not riding through? How long do we allow this to continue before we get the models right, so we can identify what the problem is, so we can address the problem right now, as opposed to waiting until there's a big, a big fault and there's a lot of generation loss. So I think let's get the models right so that we can do the studies, identify the problems and address the problems before they turn into something bigger. Because they're only going to get bigger, right? If we keep adding more IBRs and more IBRs are not riding through, the problem is only going to get bigger, and it's that unknown. So that's just my personal opinion, is that fix the models. Let's get the models fixed now so that we know what's going to happen. I don't like planners. We don't like the unknown. If inverters need
Can I
to,
just follow up on that?
oh yeah, go ahead.
So from my interpretation, and I think everybody here in this room is probably impacted by NOVA 245, is that before we maximize any of the settings, we have to submit a model to prove that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, you said have to. This sounds like a compliance thing. And as a planner, I want an accurate model today. I'm performing a study today, and I'd like to have an accurate model today so that we can address any issues that could possibly come up with your, if you have a plant that is not going to ride through based on history, or that settings are not going to allow it to ride through. We want that ability to run that study now to see, okay, all these plants, they're telling us that they're going to ride through. Let's run a study, a transmission fault. What happens when they don't ride through? And if it causes problems, we're able to address it now as opposed to wait until later. So did I answer your question? I'm not sure if I answered your question. Right. Yeah, so what you're saying is by the end of the year, I guess, is your question, make sure I understand your question. Okay, you've got a model right now that says, let's say you've got a model right now that says you're going to ride through, but your plant's not going to. Is that
I have a model that doesn't meet IEEE 2800. So I have to work with my OEM to determine what the maximum settings I can implement from my ride through. Okay, so I work with my OEM, I get those settings,
Okay.
and hopefully I meet IEEE 2800, which for the most part I don't, but I do get some more conservative settings that the OEM has agreed you can implement these. I can't implement those, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just my interpretation that I've read from NOVA 245 is I have to update the models first, then update the settings.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think, and like I said, I'm not going to answer this as compliance, but I think my understanding is too, is that the planners want to know if you're about to make changes, and I haven't really mentioned this much, but if you're about to make changes, you're about to make changes, we want to see the impact of those changes before you make those changes. So as a planner, I know I've got a model that represents what you're doing right now. Okay, and I can study that. I can see the impact is, but if you're about to make some changes that are going to change the behavior of your plant, there's going to be a lot of them, especially if there's multiple plants that are about to change their behavior. We want to do a study that says, okay, when all these plants change their behavior, it should, because you're improving your performance, hopefully everything is even better, but we still want any kind of changes you're going to make, if you know up front you're about to make those changes, let's have that discussion with your planner, give them the model that represents, what it's going to do after those changes so that we can see, okay, this change helps things. Oh no, this change, I'm sorry, it makes things worse. And we'll need to do something. So we'd rather, address that before you make the changes. So we know up front. Does that answer your question, I think? Yeah, and like I say, I'm answering this as a planner.
Hey, y'all, sorry. I was lurking in the back watching, and that standards question came up. And I knew the answer to it because of that spreadsheet I linked in my IBR presentation. So I think it was asking why PRC 24 and not the couple other mod standards yet. That spreadsheet notes which standards NERC thinks actually need to be open and revised. So I think the thought is that the assumption is that the standards that will be applicable in May 2026 do not need to be revised to be applicable to category 2 GOs and GOPs. But those other standards that are lagging a bit behind do need to be revised to clarify applicability to those category 2 generators. And I think all of the standards mentioned in that question are actually ones that were submitted in the November 2024 batch to FERC. So they are undergoing standard drafting. There is a draft up at FERC. So hope that helps answer that question.
Okay, thanks, Katie, for pinch hitting on that. And thank you very much, Brad and Blair, for the presentation and handling a bunch of questions. And that's the absolutely perfect lead into lunch, everybody's favorite part of the day. So we'll come back at 12:30 and start the second half of the day. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:30, so we are going to get going with the second half of today's workshop. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch. I personally made sure not to eat any spinach before I had to get up here and talk to you all again, so I look forward to enjoying that here in a second. But our next presentation is going to be on preparing for audit and self-reports with John Zerwas and Eric Shaw from Sharyland Utilities.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank y'all for having us here today. My name is John Zerwas. Again, I'm the VP of Regulatory Affairs for Sharyland Utilities. With me today is the real talent on the NERC compliance team, Eric Shaw. He's our NERC compliance manager at Sharyland. I will say that I'll get this kicked off, but I will be probably pretty brief because I do want you to hear from Eric, who has been instrumental to my team, the entire Sharyland team, and is really the reason that we're up here today. Plus, no one really likes to hear lawyers talk anyways, so I figure I want to hear from him. And for those of you that don't know, because we are a lot smaller these days, Sharyland is a transmission-only electric utility regulated by the PUC in Texas RE, and our assets are currently located down in the Rio Grande Valley, right near the Mexico border. So, a lot of folks know us for our DC tie. We have one of the few DC ties in ERCOT. So, still figuring this out. There we go. Want to start with a little history of what led to Eric and I being up here today. Eric and I joined Sharyland really just a few years ago. And it was a somewhat interesting situation because at around that period we joined, I'm not exaggerating when I say there was about a near 100% turnover of the employees that handled Sharyland's NERC compliance program. And we were already small to begin with. So obviously a little bit of anxiety there, but it actually gave Eric and I and the whole team a unique opportunity to really begin a deep dive into our compliance program, which eventually turned into really a comprehensive enhancement of our program. I often just refer to it as a revamp. And this was a pretty big effort. It took probably the better part of 2 years, I would say. We really went standard by standard, starting with the higher risk standards. SIP was a focus at first. PRC 5, FAC 8 was a really big focus, extensive focus on that one. And to be candid, doing this revamp is a great thing, but it can be a little painful at times. Looking back over the years, we did find some issues that we needed to self-report or self-log. And then towards the end of this period, as fate would have it, we got audited right towards the end. So, and I will say that through all these interactions, whether self-reports, self-logs, or the audit, it was actually a self-certification. Sharyland's interaction with the Texas RE staff was great. It was incredibly productive. They are 100% correct when they say they're really here to try to help. So I know obviously when you're dealing with a regulator, there's some anxiety. I typically deal with the PUC, but this is a great staff y'all have here. So really what we're discussing up here today is the result of this effort Eric and I and our entire revamped compliance team have conducted the last couple of years. So we hope you find it of value. And feel free to ask us any questions. It was a very, very good experience. So starting with sort of what we call the prerequisites, we created a document, overall compliance program document, and that's signed by all leaders of the compliance team. This was actually Eric's, when he came and joined Sharyland, the first thing he worked on. Simply put, this document establishes the overall framework, creates accountability across the entire team, and that's from executives to directors to SMEs to analysts, everybody. Fosters engagement, encourages ethical conduct, and perhaps most importantly, promotes that strong culture of compliance. Standard Owners Matrix is what we refer to as the SOM. This is something that's actually been very helpful to us, and is really a fairly simple concept. We do attach this document to the program document I just mentioned. Simply put, it allocates responsibilities for every standard that applies to us. Again, we're a small company, but we still have a ton of requirements that apply to even a small transmission only company. I'd say at the very least, the standard owner, requirement owner, and program sponsor or stakeholder should be identified on that. The standard owner is typically a director or manager, depending on the size of the organization. The requirement owner is generally the SME performing the day-to-day tasks, probably the majority of the work. And the program sponsor or stakeholder could be a vice president, a director. Again, it kind of depends on the size of the organization. The program sponsor stakeholder sort of is the higher up oversight of the programs. Developing a baseline. This is really a big part of what we did with our review and revamp mentioned a minute ago. This is helpful in prioritizing needs and allocating resources. If you are a new registered entity or like Sharyland looking to enhance your program, developing a baseline is probably one of the best places to start. Again, would involve deep dive reviews or gap analysis of each standard. And this can help you, of course, identify deficiencies in not only your program, but also your internal controls. I know some folks do mock audits, which is just I'd say, more intense version of a gap analysis. These reviews, could be done by SMEs or other compliance folks. I will say if you don't have as many resources, you can rely on consultants to help with this. And that's something that we took advantage of quite a bit these last couple of years. I'd say at least 5 consultants we used. Several of them did some gap analyses. It's even with our program more matured today, we still rely on several of them. So if you need recommendations, Eric and I will be happy to help you with that. And again, these deep dives help you find areas to improve. And if you do find something, you can timely self-report. I think everybody knows you'd rather get that in a self-report than get dinged in an audit. Internal controls, obviously y'all know, is probably the most important part of a compliance program. They come in many forms. I'll start with the 4 Ps: policies, processes, plans, and procedures. And I'm still learning the difference in all those. So I have to get Eric to explain that later. And really it's up to the entity to decide the best mix. Again, probably just depends on size and resources available. There are also GRC tools available. We've heard a lot of folks use Archer. I think ERCOT may use Archer. I think Eric in his previous utility may have used that as well. We're actually exploring Powerbase to leverage as a GRC tool. We've seen some success with that, still kind of in that process, but we've found a lot of benefit using Powerbase for not just some of the PRC standards, but more broadly. So these are basically the prerequisites we think you should have well before you ever get audited. Like I said, it's a heavy lift, but we found it very worthwhile, and I think our program is
Much credit there, but take it where I can get it. So this is just a high-level presentation on preparing for audit self-report. And I know there's a lot of seasoned professionals in the audience here, but these slides are probably more geared for newly registered entities or maybe some new compliance folks that just haven't had the opportunity to experience an audit yet. So we want to apply these 5 principles to any engagement with Texas RE or NERC. First, we want to approach the audit with goodwill because we want it to be a positive experience that we can use to improve our compliance program. We're going to be cooperative and responsive to the auditor's requests. We're going to organize and package the responses in such a way that clearly demonstrate our compliance to the auditors. We're going to be open, honest, and transparent. We think that this has served us well and just creates a lot more trust through the process. And then we want to quickly resolve any issues that may arise. When we're in audit, we have some quick turnarounds and tight schedules. So we want to take care of any issues that may arise so we can keep the audit on track and moving forward. Okay, so we've received our 270-day audit notice. What do we do? How do we prepare? So the first thing we're going to do is rally the team. We're going to communicate all the details of the audit notice so that all the team members know what's ahead of us for the next 9 months. We need to ensure that we have full support from all levels of the organization. We can't go at this alone, so we have to have support from our SMEs and directors, VPs, all the way up to the CEO. We want to verify that everyone understands their role in the audit, and we want to keep everyone informed throughout the process so that everyone remains engaged. We're going to establish some expectations up front by emphasizing the importance of meeting due dates. For those of you who've been through audit, know that there are a lot of due dates to keep up with. We don't want to miss any of those. And then ensure availability of team members. In that 9 months of audit, we're going to have a lot of folks that want to take vacations and other leaves of absences. And so we need to schedule those wisely so that we have coverage for audit from all the team members when they're needed. All right, next we're going to develop a clear audit strategy. This is where we start scheduling some key dates and blocking calendars. Probably the first deliverable is going to be that RSAW and that initial round of evidence. There's a lot of planning that goes into that and a lot of dates that we have to keep up with too. The SME generally drafts the RSAW and collects that initial round of evidence. But then those need to be circulated internally to management and legal for review. And then they're redlined and the final edits need to be approved. And then that RSAW and evidence all packaged up before it's submitted to Texas RE. So we have to manage all of that and set a lot of due dates. So again, just blocking calendars for any known or anticipated audit dates. We know we're going to have several rounds of RFIs. So we need to plan ahead for those. And of course, the tabletop and on-site portions of the audit. So just a quick tip for anyone who has not been audited on SIP. There's a SIP evidence request tool that we need to be familiar with. That's available on Texas RE's website. We need to understand we're going to transfer data and populate the fields in that SIP evidence tool. And I would recommend pre-populating that and keeping it up to date if at all possible. And you'll thank yourself in the next audit if you're able to do so. So developing RSAWs and drafting the narrative. I think the RSAWs say, please briefly describe how you maintain compliance. But I think our approach is to add more detail, add as much detail as is required to give a good picture to the auditor of how we maintain compliance with that standard. Drafting the RSAWs is much easier when you have some good internal controls in place, especially those 4 Ps. You can basically just describe how you follow your 4 Ps. And as John mentioned, the GRC tool, if you have other internal controls, we can describe those. We can talk about who's responsible for performing certain compliance activities, what prompts them to perform those compliance activities, and how those activities are performed. The narrative should answer all the auditor's notes as we refer to them. They may not be labeled auditor's notes, but we refer to them as auditor's notes in the RSAW. And then the engagement common questions that are also located on Texas RE's website. So if we've done a really good job drafting our narrative and we've provided sufficient detail, then the auditor should have a really good picture of how we maintain compliance with that standard. Okay, packaging evidence and preparing it for submittal. Again, the objective here is to demonstrate how we're compliant with the standard or a specific requirement. We generally PDF all of our evidence, and then we bookmark and annotate that evidence. And some may say, well, isn't that doing the auditor's work for them? And we say, no, it's our obligation to demonstrate compliance, and we do that through the bookmarking and annotations. So once we've PDF this evidence, we want that document to open up with bookmarks for the auditor. So we're going to adjust some of the settings in the PDF. It's pretty simple. You just go to Document Properties, select Initial View, and then under the Navigation tab, we're going to select Bookmarks, Panel, and Page. This just allows that PDF to open up with bookmarks for the auditor. And here's what it looks like. In this case, the evidence is the System Protection Philosophy. And you can see the bookmarks in the top right-hand corner here. And if the document opens this way for the auditor, then all they have to do is simply select those bookmarks to navigate through the document. When we have multi-page documents, I've seen 200 plus page documents used for evidence. These bookmarks are very handy. Here's an example of the annotations we use in the evidence. We use these red boxes to kind of point out any information that we want. We use these red boxes to point out certain information to the auditor. It could be sections of a document, or it could be just specific data. And then we use these call out boxes or text boxes to describe what that information is and what requirements that information is satisfying. So this is a lot of work up front, but I think it'll pay off in the long run by reducing the number of RFIs that we'll receive later in the audit. Okay, so although there are some similarities with audit and self-reports, they're two totally different processes. So I've got a couple slides here on the self-reporting process. So most non-compliances are identified internally, probably by an SME or some other compliance personnel. And then that non-compliance is reported to management. And before management makes any rash decisions, we want to initiate an investigation to confirm that we actually have a non-compliance. Oftentimes, when we start gathering information and we talk to other SMEs, we find out that we actually don't have a non-compliance after all. And the process can end there. But if we confirm that we do in fact have a non-compliance, then we begin to identify potential solutions to end that non-compliance. And then we begin that self-reporting process. We want to contact Texas RE for guidance. We want to do that in a timely manner. They've been very helpful for us, as John mentioned. But we'll likely talk to an enforcement attorney on noncompliance, and then they'll help us decide the best way to report that, whether it's self-log or self-report. It hasn't been our case, but maybe you could contact Texas RE and they could talk you out of the noncompliance and determine you don't actually have one. So that's always a possibility. So we're going to want to perform a root cause analysis by gathering all the information and data surrounding the circumstances. We want to drill past all the symptoms so that we can address the root cause, because we all know what happens if we don't address that root cause. Next, we move to mitigation, focusing on ending the non-compliance. This could be a short-term mitigation. It could be a long-term mitigation or some combination of both, depending on the severity and complexity of the issue. And then we want to implement internal controls to prevent reoccurrence. We can reinforce existing internal controls. It may be something as simple as adjusting one of the 4 Ps. It could be employee training, or we may have to develop all new internal controls. Again, just depending on the severity and the complexity. So whether we're in an audit or self-report, we want to maintain good communication with Texas RE. If you have any questions or need clarification, we want to act quickly. Again, if we're in an audit, we're probably going to reach out to the lead auditor. If we're in a self-report, we'll probably reach out to the enforcement attorney. But it's important to act quickly, resolve any issues, and again, keep things on schedule and moving forward. And then scheduling meetings or interviews, we've done this in the past, not often, but it is an option. And then just some key takeaways from the auditor self-report. You know, anytime we spend 9 months in audit or forced to self-report a non-compliance, we're going to identify some opportunities for continuous improvement. Lessons learned, we found that documenting these is very helpful for future engagements, especially when you have some turnover. Folks can refer back to those lessons learned. And again, when you're in these engagements with Texas RE, the auditors are likely going to have some recommendations for us. And we want to evaluate those very closely and implement those where it's feasible. Our SMEs gain knowledge and experience through these processes. I've seen this many times. We have a new SME or maybe one that just hasn't been through an audit yet. Once they go through that audit, they gain an incredible amount of experience, and then they carry that back to their day-to-day compliance activities. So I guess my main point here on this slide is that these engagements aren't all doom and gloom. There's a lot of positive takeaways that we can use then to strengthen our compliance program. I know John and we've dropped a lot of concepts in a short amount of time, but hopefully they're useful to somebody out there and help somebody prepare for their next audit or self-report.
On the part about the self-report, 2 of the things we learned through our process or our experience was on the root cause. For the most part, it's going to be human error, but don't just put human error. Really try to figure out, more thorough explanation. And also something we realize a lot of emphasis is placed on is the extent of condition review. And a lot of times, you'll investigate, but given the timing, you want to go ahead and get the report in. And a couple of times we said, we're continuing to investigate this, especially some of our issues that went back, a few years. If you do sort of leave open that you're continuing to do the extended condition review, just remember that when you do officially get done, go back and, I don't know if amend or supplement is the right word, but go ahead and kind of clarify that you have completed that review. That's something we kind of learned too, is just make sure you remember that because, that is very important. As certain these standards, they definitely want to know that you found everything you can. So. Was that?
It's all right.
Talk about, I know, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I've been in some situations where it is human error. Maybe it requires more training, more supervision. Maybe it involves letting that employee go. It just depends on the situation and severity.
I think also discussing what internal controls you did have and how they may have not worked and how those could have been improved, how they could have been better in the past. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be, obviously humans are involved. That's going to be the error. What we kind of learned is put a little more words around it, basically. Just that.
Am I supposed to read the question or just no? Okay. I know where this question's coming from. I think it's a loaded question. I may pass on this response. No, I think what it is, I think the question is, you submit an RSAW with a lot of detailed information, and then you get RFI questions asking maybe about some information that you've already provided in your RSAW. And I mean, auditors are probably just covering all their bases. Maybe looking that you provide consistent answers. There could be many reasons why that same question is being asked. So, but I'm not really qualified to answer, just speculation. Unless you do.
I mean, in regard to the self-reports, like Eric said, kind of talking through what you think might be a non-compliance. In some cases, it might not be. And, kind of talking through the issues, the facts. When you think there is a non-compliance, I think the Texas RE has been really helpful in what to focus on in the report. I know talking to Katie, I know AJ's not here anymore, but we're very, very good with that. As far as, advice on mitigation, how to avoid it going forward. Again, the highlights to focus on, I think. With the audit, I mean,
No, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, just when we were submitting the evidence, going through, kind of what Eric was talking about, the annotations, the bookmarks and everything, kind of getting their thoughts on that. I think we did get some pretty positive feedback on that. So knowing that what we were doing seemed to be working, and talking to Texas RE more generally just about this enhancement we did to our program, getting advice from them on that, say we got these ideas, what do you think? And just a dialogue back and forth, really. So a lot of different fronts.
What do you do with the standard? They weren't selected. I don't know. We just keep doing what we're doing. We don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, as part of our revamp, we did hit on some of the higher risk standards. In fact, 8 was one of them. PRC 5 was one of them. SIP, several of the SIP ones. Those that are outside the scope of our audit. Yeah, like Eric said, we didn't really slow down. We kept going forward and getting into a position that we felt good about because of a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, we probably will get audited on those standards. So, a couple for our scope and our audit, because of the self-reports we had submitted a few months prior in some cases, those were being addressed in that context and were excluded from our scope. So I think that another reason why kind of, the importance of self-reporting is as painful as it can be, really is a good thing. So.
Thank you, John and Eric. And we actually have one more question. I'm going to let Devin, our next speaker, handle that when he comes up. So we'll get that on screen for you.
All right. Well, I'm glad you gave me a heads up on this one, Matt. We are definitely not going away from the use of RSOLs. Maybe it's just a communication gap in what the change may be in that Align is being utilized. So Align, the compliance narratives that you cover in your RSOLs are there. Often we'll encourage entities to just simply say, see this document if they filled out the RSOL already with that same information and point us to where the document is as opposed to rewriting that and providing it into Align. But there's many different ways to tackle that. But we're not moving away from RSOLs at this point in time. That may happen in the future. They're currently being drafted for new standards as well. So there may be a shift from that at some point, but it's not now. But good question. wanted to make sure I had my navigation together here. I'm really excited to be here. I always learn something, particularly from the OMP staff. Inverter-based resources just is something new to me. Category 2 generators new to me. So I'm happy to be here because of that. But I'm most excited because, well, I get to talk, and I get to talk about something that I'm excited about, passionate about, and I don't think it's enough love, and that's low impact SIP3. It's a very important standard, and it hasn't been getting the love that it deserves. But, well, that's going to change. The reason for that is it's now in the CMAP IP. Joseph did a really good job this morning highlighting how we at Texas RE use the CMAP IP. It guides our practices, right? But if we're looking here at this diagram, there doesn't look at the surface that there's much change, particularly in the risk factors that are identified there in green. It's the exact same thing on the surface, but it's different. It now includes low impact. There's really no change for Texas RE. We've been doing that for a long time. I know at least since 2018, when I became an auditor here, we were looking at low impact. But the ERO as a whole is focusing on it, and it's for good reason. It's for the reasons people outlined before. There's a lot of growth in that space. We got these inverter-based resources that are more than likely going to be low impact. And there was a report released by RF, endorsed by all the other regions, that identified some SIP common themes and lessons learned for 2024 that really explains in greater detail how those risk elements affect low impact and could affect the BES. And one just, soapbox moment for me is, end of the day, they're still a BCA. They still have a 15-minute impact. So they are important. They're just a lower impact of rating there. So we're focusing on it as an ERO because of those changes, but also I think it's important to understand what we're up against. The threat landscape, it's changing. The speed at which it's changing, the volume, the sophistication of those threats is ever increasing. Generative AI, that's a tool, right, that people are hearing about. Well, attackers are using it, and that's changing the game on certain things. These attackers are able to gain initial access quickly, weaponize whatever they're doing, exploit it, and be out of there and cover their tracks. So the risk here are, well, really risky business, and we need to focus on them. So I'm going to try to talk about that in my coming slides, much more so than I normally do about compliance. We're going to have some compliance in here, but mainly focus on these risks. And those are the reasons why. So we do got to start with the standard. So this is the compliance element of it, and I'm going to do things a little bit differently. Normally, I talk a lot about compliance, and then I sprinkle in risk and internal controls. We're going to do it in reverse. It's going to be a lot more risk, a lot more internal controls and compliance there, because I think if you mitigate these risks, you can effectively still achieve compliance. It's going to be a byproduct of that, but you're also going to be more secure, more reliable, and that's really the focus. But we need to know what the compliance risk is, because that's a risk in itself. Regulatory risk is one of them. What that is and where this is spelled out in the standard. And it's not necessarily intuitive in that SIP3 is designed a little bit differently in that you've got a requirement that then calls out an attachment 1, which actually specifies everything you need to do for that program. And so we're going to cover that just a little bit, but weave it in with those risks. So this is a really high-level view of what the cybersecurity plans require. We're going to be talking about the ones in green because those are the ones that are associated with a risk factor. Physical security, that's one of those risk elements. Electronic access controls correlates with remote connectivity. And then cybersecurity incident response, or CSIRPs, as I like to call it, that's your incident response plan risk element. And then we have something highlighted in yellow. It ties into all of this because it's coming soon. There's a new section. That section will be available when SIP3-9 comes out. So it's important to think about that. It's going to directly relate to everything I talk about today. But one thing I want you to take note of, and you don't want to sleep on, if you will, is cybersecurity awareness. We talked a lot about, and thanks, y'all teed me up, by the way. You didn't know you were going to, but human error. And you hear a lot in the security world about people are the weakest link in security. And that could be true, but I truly believe if you shift your mindset on that, you can turn it on its head. You can create a culture of security, and they are going to be the strongest link in that. And they are a layer of defense that you need, because a lot of these attacks I'm going to talk about start with a person. So flipping that on the head is a different way to mitigate some of those risks. So don't sleep on that. Remote connectivity itself here, I'm going to talk just briefly about the compliance elements, and then we're going to walk into these risks and kind of show you how they're interrelated. So the big difference on SIP3 versus anything you're going to see with high and medium impact BES cyber systems is the language of the standards a little bit different. And there's some nuance to it that brings into scope more things than you may think. And that SIP5 focuses on external routable connectivity, ERC, a bidirectional protocol. Well, SIP3, it's anything that's inbound or outbound. That's any connection, potentially any remote connection as well. And it needs to be necessary. And, you know, how do you determine what's necessary? How do you document that? That's what we're going to be looking for from compliance. But one of the risks that you have is if you haven't identified what's necessary and that you're proactively looking to see if access is still needed on a periodic basis, you may not be able to address it. And so the compliance and risk overlap. And when you do these reviews, if you're documenting what the justification is or your business need is, it's going to help you make sure that only necessary rules are in place and that you still need them as access changes and you implement new technologies or there's different threats you're trying to mitigate. So there's a little bit of overlap there with the risk. But the bigger key to this is where do you apply those? Where do you manage that? And that's the firewall you see here in this diagram. That's where you do your electronic access controls. And these threat adversaries are targeting perimeter-based defenses, mainly because there's human error involved where often there could be a misconfiguration or there's been a known exploit that's been out there in the wild that you haven't had a chance to patch to. There's a report from CrowdStrike that identifies perimeter-based networking devices as a primary target of focus for the calendar year of 2024. They predict that's going to take place as well in 2025. So the risk you have is really that these advanced persistent threats are going to be looking to attack this network perimeter. And right now, the way the standard is kind of designed, we're only looking at north-south traffic. We're not looking at east to west. We don't know if someone's moving laterally within our network. And the remote connection itself poses a risk in that we allow you in the network and you have some kind of trust implied because of that. So shifting from simply the compliance element there to looking at the risk, we're going to improve our security posture and could prevent them from even happening. So I'm going to dive into a separate segment of remote connection risk, which is this vendor remote, but really I'm going to be talking about third parties. To me, they're one and the same, but this is not a defined term. So we may have some discussion on that. First off, I'm going to say I'm not going to talk at length about third-party control centers. Reason being, we have a talk with XSRE planned for May to go over that. It's a very distinct risk in itself in that you can be aggregating a lot of things. And if I did that, we probably wouldn't have any of the rest of the presentation. There's just so much to say about it. So I'm not going to focus on that. But what I am going to talk about is what you should be considering from a third party and how their risk could apply to you. The first key point being you don't have any control over that third party. You don't know what their cyber hygiene practices are. You don't get a control of the devices that they use, and the device itself could be of concern. You know, do they allow bring your own devices? There's a risk there. There's a supply chain risk there. Do they actually have a program where they require the system to be fully patched before it can connect to the network? Do they use multi-factor authentication when they remote into your systems? The connection itself, how is that being protected? Are they using encryption? Is the encryption strong? You know, those are the type of questions that we would want to know about that third party. And the real reason why is they could serve as a channel into your network to be exploited. You know, if they're compromised, you could be compromised. So you really want to understand the risk associated with those connections and how you're going to manage the risk, because you can manage the risk effectively if you identify and determine what they're doing and how you can limit some of that access to what's necessary and needed to, well, prevent it from being exploited by a malicious actor. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I do want to put emphasis on that. Well, sometimes this is just necessary, particularly in the renewable space. Sometimes there's an original equipment manufacturer that requires you to have these type of connections for maintenance purposes. Otherwise, the warranty may be void. So if you're going to do it in a fashion that limits your exposure and those risks. And we're going to cover what some of those risks may be and some strategies for that. So my next slide, I'm going to go over risk, followed by potential countermeasures, if you will, to eliminate them. But these are things you should be considering when you're looking at remote connections and a way to be not only secure, but also compliant. All right. I talked a lot about human error. It's on here twice in a different way. One, we actually have human error listed, and then we have phishing and social engineering. One of the initial attack vectors utilized often to gain a foothold is phishing and social engineering. So back to the point about cybersecurity awareness training, education, all of that. You can have the best tools out there, but if you don't have the right personnel and the right education and training, they could be exploited, to which someone could, harvest credentials, which allows them in, and from there they may try to escalate privilege, which could result in them deploying malware, ransomware. Obviously, it's unauthorized use. You didn't want them in your network, right? But this could happen because you have a lack of visibility into that connection. Maybe it's that third-party connection. You don't know what's going on there. Are you using deep packet inspection on those encrypted sessions to see what's happening, see if malware somehow got into your environment? And what it ultimately does is it expands your attack surface. Your attack surface before was simply your network. Now it's theirs. It's a way in potentially. And a result of that could be data loss. The data itself could be of what they want, the adversary, or you have privacy concerns. It really depends. These are all risks that happen when you have remote connections, but that's not to say you shouldn't have them. It's necessary. You use remote connections to do maintenance of your systems. It's effective. It's not like you're going to send somebody out to a substation to patch it with a USB if you don't got to, right? You want to do it remotely if you can, because it's going to allow you to patch quicker and sooner. And as I spoke before about, that patching cadence matters, because if longer it's out there in the wild, the increased chance of it being exploited. So these are the risks. And what happens here is a big concern. And we'll talk about how you can potentially mitigate those. All right. Multi-factor authentication, MFA. I didn't say this on the previous slides, but I'm going to say it now. Not all vendors are created the same. Some of them have more robust programs. Well, the same thing could be said about multi-factor authentication. Some are better than others. You want to get a phishing-resistant multi-factor in place, because that's the primary attack vector that's been leveraged over 2024. What I mean by that is maybe a hardware-based multi-factor. YubiKey comes to mind. No sponsorship involved. I just use them personally, and they're well known for being FIDO compliant. So that's a type of MFA that is really phishing resistant. But there's others out there like adaptive MFA, where it takes contextual things such as time, location, the resource that you're trying to access to determine the level of rigor or test that you have in place for the deployment of that. So you get a little bit more of the availability, but also the security when you're using that. And that's particularly important if you're deploying MFA across all accounts. And that's a huge recommendation, not just privileged accounts, not just admin accounts, if you will, because the first step is getting in the network. Usually the credentials that are harvested are not admins. They're just a general account. And then they figure out how to move and pivot throughout that network laterally and exploit that to gain a privileged access account. So what do you do next? Well, zero trust. It's what's coming potentially, or that's what I like to call it for that internal network security monitoring. Those trust relationships, with the old design, where as soon as you come into the network, you're trusted. We're no longer looking at you. Those are being exploited through lateral movement. I've said that a few times, east, west, lateral movement. That's what people are doing once they're in a network. The next step that you can do there is deploy endpoint protections, because there's more sensors, there's more data. You can understand what's happening and react to it. And that's usually going to be detected through an IDS, which ingests through a SIM, and you can more quickly respond to contain these type of incidents. All the more so supporting that, obviously operating with least privilege. So there's less access to be exploited against, but network segmentation really makes you a harder target. So they're not going to be able to move around as quickly. And I spoke about encryption before. not only do you need to use strong encryption, you should probably be using it while the data is in transit and at rest. It helps with the data not being exfiltrated, things of that nature. Patching, I can't speak about that enough. Those perimeter devices, if they're not patched appropriately, that could be the initial attack vector to get someone in your network. So keeping that cadence, but also ensuring you're still reliable here. You don't put a patch out there that takes down your system is key. The last one I'm going to foot stomp on here is change control. It's absolutely paramount. That's also another way that you can document your necessary inbound and outbound firewall rules. Sometimes people put in their change ticket the reason for why that access is needed. But to the security standpoint and the reliability standpoint, you should be testing and you should have a backup plan. And when you do that, you ensure that only the right changes are made to the network and it still remains in a position where the security posture is high. So change management is a best practice here that'll kind of keep you from being exposed to these risks. And they also keep you compliant with a lot of those other SIP standards that aren't for low impact, but you should be doing it for low impact. It's not required, but you should be because there's a risk. And all the other things I talked about, multi-factor authentication, least privilege, all that can get wrapped up underneath identity and access management. And actually, I lied. I'm going to talk about one more thing. Privileged access management, this is just like a key vault for all of your admin accounts. You could set it up with multi-factor, so it's even harder to get into, and you only use it when necessary. You can put time-based constraints in there. It's perfect for that setup. But the key that works for third parties, well, they have these things called vendor PAMs. They're vendor privileged access management systems, and you can do the same thing. So you just have another layer of visibility and control over that to help those connections from being exploited. All right. Physical security. This is the standard language here. I'm going to boil it down real simply. You have to protect the asset that has those low impact best cyber systems. So usually that's going to be a substation or maybe the solar farm itself. And then the assets that actually perform the electronic access, so those firewalls I talked about before. Could be many different shapes of that because depending on what you are, functionally, those low impact best cyber systems may be something different, but I'm just trying to give out some scenarios so people understand what we're talking about here. And the reason why this is critically important is all the same things I talked about from a cyber standpoint, they could happen from a physical standpoint, but it's just an easier way to leverage it. If someone can get to that system, they can plug up, introduce malware to the environment that could disrupt the operations, compromise them, and really cause a bigger problem for you is that they have established a foothold that could then expand it out elsewhere. So there's those elements, those are those risks. You also have the risk of, copper theft, lots of different things. Maybe there's violence against employees. If there's some kind of civil unrest, there was a little bit of that when people were trying to bring up the distribution systems after the last big storm we had in the Houston area, right? So those are risks, but the ones I'm most focused on right now are the bigger picture to the BES, which would be the malware and compromise, which could be a disruption. There's also the potential for damage. Ballistic damage is one big concern if you got those SIP-14 substations, which we know low impact don't apply to, but you're probably still concerned about your equipment being damaged, even if it's low impact. There's a cost associated with that, right? So these are all risks that you should be factoring in and identifying. So what's critically important is to do a risk assessment to identify what the threats are so that you can tell if you're deploying comprehensive security controls that address those threats. Best practices, key management. Often key management is not done well for low impact sites. There's a little bit of lack of seriousness taken to it. So that's the first layer of your defense is if you've got a key or a gate, someone allows them in, they can get closer to where the control house is, where those cyber assets are that are performing the electronic access. And as I stated before, if you can touch them, you can compromise them. So you want to have a layered approach, but not just from the physical layers of like an outer gate, a control house, locking up those assets in a server rack. We're going to ask you if you have a server rack, are you locking them? That's a common question that we have on our website. So we think about those things, but the other layers could potentially be cameras, And it really depends on your threats. So if you're concerned with like a vehicle-borne attack, do you have ballast? Do you have barriers that can prevent that vehicle from, going through that fence and entering that equipment? Or is it the ballistics concern? What is the threat you're trying to address? But the key to all of this to still remain compliant and, be reliable and address those risks is, are you controlling the access? Because that's what the standard does. So you have to be able to control the access to it. And the last thing, not the last thing, intrusion detection, we talked about that before, but from a cyber standpoint, it's not just for cyber. They have some of those set up for fences that kind of alert you to what's going on there so you can more quickly respond to a risk like that. But walkthroughs, I think that's absolutely essential. Walking through to make sure that those controls are, still operating the way you designed them. Sometimes there's washout on fences, there's holes, there's gaps. Someone could use that to get underneath that fence and in there a little bit closer. So walk through periodically to make sure that those are still working. Check the doors, make sure your alarms are, if you have alarms on them, they're still working, because you could go years without detecting that. And the quicker you detect something, the quicker you can respond. So you have those pieces to it. I'm not going to jump any more detail on any of these risks because I know Sophia is up next after me from the EISAC, and she's going to have data to back up her claims. And there's a lot of new and emerging type of threats. So I'm going to let the real expert on that dive more into what those risks are. But these are the ones that are known to me and that I feel most comfortable speaking to. So I know she's going to do a great job. I've heard her talk on this before, so I'm excited to hear about it. I have really tried to just abridge all the low impact language here into 3 categories where there's a lot more to it. There's timeframes listed in the standard, but this is what it boils down to. You need to be able to identify and respond to cybersecurity incidents. And once you've done that, determine if it's reportable and follow those subsequent notifications. And then I call testing and maintenance like the same thing, because a test of a plan is a maintenance of it. You're maintaining it. You're making sure it's still effective. You've identified any gaps. To me, that's the same thing. But if you have an update to the plan, you have to do it within X number of days, right? While we're here and we're talking about notification, I think this is a perfect time to highlight the DOE 417. You should be using it. You don't have to, but you should be. It not only gives you what you need from a compliance standpoint, because the information is going to the EISAC, but it'll also go to the DHS CISA and helps with threat intelligence. And that threat intelligence could help you as a utility or a neighboring utility respond to these type of threats and really address that risk before it spreads further. So you should use it. It's perfect for threat intelligence. You don't have to, but I'd advocate for it because it's a great form. And what are the risks here? Well, simply put, if you're not doing physical security and cybersecurity, you could be reporting, and that's a bad thing. You could have malware, you could be compromised, you could have a disruption, and you have a cybersecurity incident on your hand. And the big thing is, did you contain it? And if you didn't, that could turn into a catastrophe, one you don't want. From a public image perception, from the BES reliability perception, all those different perspective. All of those things go hand in hand. So you need to do those to prevent them. But this is insurance in case they happen. So if you've got an effective cybersecurity incident response plan, you can recover more quickly. And there's some best practices that you can do to help address those risks. Test frequently. The standard says 36 months. A lot can happen in 36 months. I would suggest testing more frequently, primarily because the personnel turnover rate's probably higher than that. So the person that's going to respond, persons, I should say, may be different. And not having them aware of what the resources are is going to limit that response time. They're not going to be as effective. I simulate real life cybersecurity incidents. One I would probably take into account as a good scenario is the compromising of a remote connection, maybe even a third party's remote connection that leads to a reportable cybersecurity incident. You still got to be reportable, that's required. But stress it that way so that you're prepared for that type of thing if it happens. Participate in GridX. They've got great scenarios. You get to collaborate with your peers, learn information on how they're doing things, maybe help improve your program. Involving local, state, and federal government. Those are going to be people who's going to be involved if you do have a cybersecurity incident. So why not get involved with them? Make it easier in case there is a real world event. You know what's going to happen. You know who that contact is. Maybe you've established a relationship Relationships are key with these things. I don't look at lessons learned as a bad thing. I look at it as that's the gap has been addressed before it's been exploited. So if you have a lesson learned, it's just meant that the plan's been stressed. You're going to be more effective the next time. And it wasn't exploited by a malicious actor, so that's a win-win. And I say stress the plan, and what I mean by that is just don't walk through the tabletop exercise. Read the plan, get the right experts in the room, have good injects, have good scenarios, make it as real as possible so that this plan's going to work when needed, because this is the last line of defense. It's your insurance policy if you didn't do good physical security or cybersecurity. Like I said, you don't want to be the one reporting. And if you do, use the DOE 417. All right. Well, this is the whole reason why I'm talking about it. Vendor electronic remote access security controls. That is a mouthful, but that's what's coming. So let's talk about it briefly. April 1st, 2026, that's right around the corner. There's changes to this standard that are talking about everything I've talked about here today. So I'll leave the suspense and get to it. I've highlighted under the screen, mitigate risk, because that's all I've been talking about. What are those risks? You should probably define them so that you can say that you're effectively mitigating them. You need to know what they are so you can manage them. You also need to know what constitutes as vendor electronic remote access. That's not defined. I would suggest defining it. You don't have to, but you need to be able to prove why something isn't vendor remote access if you're not doing it. And when you do get into this, it asks for a couple of things we've been talking about. First thing, you need to know what they are. You got to be able to disable it so you're not exposed longer. But the last one, that 6.3, one or more methods for detecting known or suspicious inbound and outbound malicious communications. Well, that's what I was talking about with the IDS. That's malicious communications. That's a control in place that can help reduce those risks associated with the remote connections. And this is all accomplished by whatever you set up in 3.1 for your electronic access control. So doing the compliance pieces, making sure that only necessary connections are there, is going to reduce that threat surface and hopefully reduce those risks. But shifting from the perspective of just simply being compliance and focusing on improving your security posture, I think can do both. And hopefully I've highlighted that. And if I didn't, I'll work to do that a little bit better next time. And if you got any specific questions, I'm happy to take them now. Pretty close, almost 3 minutes. There was this is actually a great question. The shift in who had ownership of that form moved departmentally. It's back online. So as of like last week, it's working again. So if you go to their website, the link should be correct. If it's still broken, let me know, because I do have a contact there that confirmed with me that they fixed it. So this was brought up recently, so that's a good call out. Yeah, nothing further for that. Almost on the money. Perfect. Thank you all.
Thank you, Devin. It's now time for our afternoon break, and we are right on time, as Mr. Ferris duly noted. So we will be back at 1:45 to finish up the day.
Hey, folks, this is our 2-minute warning. We'll be starting up again in just 2 minutes.
Okay, it is 1:45 and it is time for us to get off with the home stretch of today's workshop. Devin already teed up Sophia better than I can, so I'll just quickly introduce Sophia Weir from the Electricity Information Sharing and Analysis Center to discuss physical security.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? Can you hear me all right? Everybody awake? The food was good, right? But we've had time to drink our coffee and all of that, have our Diet Cokes and Dr. Peppers. Thank you for the introduction. I really appreciate it. It's wonderful to be with this group again. It's always a pleasure. I'm Sophia. I'm a physical security analyst at the EISAC, and I'd like to see a show of hands who's familiar with the EISAC. Okay, and who has a portal account? Okay, a little less, but that's fine. Okay, so no background really needed on the EISAC. We're a voluntary information sharing and analysis organization. We provide intelligence to the community, actionable information to help reduce risk for the electric sector. And one of our primary roles is kind of looking at data and explaining how risks are explained by that data and what groups can do to mitigate those risks. So that's what I'll be talking about today. And this is TLP Amber. And yes, I am aware this is also being streamed online in an open forum, and that's okay. But I wanted to just kindly request and let you all know that this is not intended to be further shared on open forums. I would greatly appreciate that cooperation with that. And if you have any questions or would like more information on anything that I discussed today, please feel free to reach out either to me or to the EISAC 24/7 Watch Operations team, which is operations@eisac.com. With that, TLP reminder, this is the agenda for today. I figured if we were talking about risk for a few minutes here, it would be smart to start with some static risks, ongoing risks that we consistently see in the sector, and then kind of move into the emerging risk space. With that being said, I also wanted to scope what I'm talking about when I say emerging risks. What I mean is things that we have seen change in the last 6 months since we last spoke at GridSecCon, which was the last time I saw many of the people here. Things have changed, in a few ways in the last 6 months. We've also done our kind of annual data analysis and all of that has allowed us to pull out some really interesting lessons and takeaways from 2024. Now's the perfect time to share those with you guys. So before I really get into risk, it helps to also just do this kind of baseline thing, right? So I'm talking about things that either the threat, like the actual boogeyman has changed, or the consequence, the impact of a type of event that we've already seen has shifted, or it has become more likely a scenario to occur based on what we've seen in the last 6 months. So for all the emerging risks that I'm going to discuss, they tie back to changes in the threat, consequence, or likelihood of those risks. And then in addition to that, also, I feel like it warrants mentioning that it's our job to balance these risks. I'm not saying that we have to drop everything and run in that direction today. You might not need to. You might decide that you can accept the risk or that you have to accept the risk because there's also stuff that's outside of our control. I just suggest that we look at it holistically when we talk about these risks and really think about the rest of the risk environment that we need to have the full picture. So in addition to threat, consequence, likelihood, I want this conversation to create some thought in terms of the effectiveness of controls, what kind of costs are associated with that, or on the other hand, I know a lot of the emerging risks that I discussed today is also going to be kind of things that we have to accept, but that doesn't mean we have to ignore, right? We should still be thinking about it because we have a long road ahead of us in the next few years with new types of generation coming online, a lot more IBRs. There's kind of IBR heavy stuff in this presentation too. Funny, it was not coordinated. It just is a thing right now. So very interesting. Yeah, so just keep all of that in mind as we go through those emerging risks. These, of course, are some of the things that we see that Devin mentioned already, your basic stuff. We've got surveillance of critical assets. This kind of reflects the EISAC's perspective on what is a security risk to reliability. These are ongoing threats and also some of the consequences that we see affecting the electric sector on a continual basis. And that is based on information that's shared with the EISAC and sometimes shared with the rest of the community too. But we track really closely stuff we see online and then also incidents that are shared with us. We track that and we try to give some actionable takeaways to members about that. As I mentioned before, there are some more concerning threats that are less frequently seen in terms of the likelihood, right? So we see a lot of monetary impacts related to theft. We see a lot less operational impacts to the electric grid resulting from physical security incidents, and even less than that, but not unheard of. Individuals advocating for disruption of operations of the grid or workplace violence in the severest sense. So it warrants mentioning, but it's not really the focal point today. This is where we kind of get into the emerging risks. I identified 4 different emerging risks that we've seen shift in the last 6 months. The first one has to do with our annual grid impacting incidents report that was posted on the EISAC portal. So that report closely analyzes trends within incidents that resulted in operational disruptions in 2024. And we compare those incidents to those that resulted in operational disruptions in 2023. So one of our primary findings on that was related to the types of assets that members have shared with us that are resulting in operational disruptions. And it was really interesting. So for the first time last year, we added several new asset categories. We just simply had not seen these incidents, not these asset categories. So we had wind and solar, but we had to add third-party infrastructure and communication as one of our asset categories. Because previously, our threshold was built around being a an asset owner operator of the electric grid's asset. Like it's an asset that is owned by a grid operator across distribution, transmission, or generation. But we started to see a lot of incidents affecting third-party communication that was actually impacting the operations of our members. So we figured, you know, if it's operation critical, we should probably be tracking it, right? And reporting out on it, telling people about this, you know, it's kind of a vulnerability that we should talk about. So we had to add that category last year. And then we also added battery energy storage. We'd never seen an incident shared with us before that was at a BESS site. So we had to add that. But that contributed overall to this feeling of a lot of new assets coming online. The profile of incidents is kind of changing because of those assets. And also because it's not just that there are tactical changes in that crime spreads wherever it's like the path of least resistance. But also that the communities are now being more integrated into our information sharing ecosystem. So that was also really interesting. So at the end of the day, I wanted to just highlight that this is we call it a new TTP because so TTP is tactics, techniques, and procedures, sorry. But it's the same tactics that we've seen applied to new asset types. And at the EISAC, that's kind of what we refer to as a tactic is, you know, theft of copper from a underground distribution vault to us is different tactically. It requires different tools, a different approach than theft of copper from a pad mount transformer at a wind generation site. Those are that's different. The environment is different. Like I said, the tools are different. So that's what I mean by new tactics. It's actually new assets being affected by the same tactics that we've been seeing for years. Probably decades, I don't know, I haven't been around that long, so. Yeah, I think that explains it. So this was the formatting I envisioned for this presentation is I'm going to talk through a few things. I'm not going to read what's on the slide. You guys can kind of like let it wash over you as I talk. But this is what I think that asset owners and operators and planners should be thinking through with respect to this emerging risk. I think this is a very relevant risk to Texas in particular. That's not why I sought it out as an emerging risk. It emerged from our data independently, and it just so happens that it's really relevant here. The wind generation side, the big acceleration of wind generation capacity, and then also the way that load centers are distant from generation sites. I feel like it kind of opens up some new vulnerabilities in on the physical security side. But also, as the grid continues to transform into a cyber physical system more and more, on the communication side, we're just going to become increasingly dependent on communications infrastructure, which has risks clearly on the physical side of the house, not just the cyber side. And obviously, it's clear if you're a owner operator of wind or solar that this kind of existing tactics of theft also apply to you. They're of concern. But on the planning side too, across the board, we should be looking at this tactic, trying to figure out the maximum extent of impact that it can cause, and then understand where you really don't want that to happen. Which of your assets do you definitely have to protect from that? And then that's up to you. That's how you build resilience into your organization, is by pinpointing like the red line in the sand that you absolutely cannot let it happen there, Or, you know what, it actually can happen anywhere, it's fine. Or, you know, this is how much money I'm willing to lose on this or that. Or, you know, this is how many wind turbines I'm fine with them tripping offline all at once. This is the number. So then you work backwards from that vulnerability and you protect that way. So it is a little bit more difficult to tease out the comms infrastructure vulnerability piece because we have seen communications infrastructure being affected by kind of the same tactics that we've always seen of theft. People cut into fiber lines because they think it's copper. Maybe they don't. We don't know. We can't ask them because we're not there. But regardless, we see that it's happening all over the place. And it is in some cases resulting in sites tripping offline, including generation, other sites too, like substations that might have a protective system that's really intertied with the communication infrastructure. So if there's any protection that is like relayed through communication, then that's vulnerable to being the protective system becomes a point of leverage against the functionality of the site. So that's usually a lot harder to tease out because it's specific to each site. It varies pretty broadly. But across the board, really, we want to understand what specific scenarios and what assets, when targeted, result in operational disruptions, and then kind of work backwards from there. So the second emerging risk that we saw and highlighted in our grid impacting incident report is that persistent threats and tactics that we've historically seen in high volumes, like I mentioned previously, like theft of copper from a variety of assets, are coming in at higher volumes and now make up a higher than ever proportion of incidents resulting in operational disruptions. So incidents of vandalism, which include cut wires and felling, have increased, and so has theft, which increased the operational disruption incidents that were theft related, increased by 134% in 2024 compared to the previous year. Whereas ballistic damages is decreasing, and so is tampering. So this trend also continued in recent months. So the first 3-4 months of 2025 is just continuing to reflect the same trend. Copper thefts affecting distribution assets like underground vaults or pull boxes or other distribution lines that are otherwise accessible. Those tend to result in operational disruptions more often than other types of assets because distribution infrastructure is, I guess, the end of the line, the way that I understand it, and is not redundant the way that transmission assets are. So that's a consideration, of course, for owners who are, especially if you're concerned about disruption or operational impacts to customers. And we at the EISAC, we feel pretty confident. We've studied this closely. We feel very confident that these are economically motivated crimes, and it does not likely represent a larger trend of sabotage, but rather a trend of criminality with less and less concern for the potential impacts or disruptions of these actions. Like I said, I have looked at copper theft pretty closely and compared it to copper prices. And there's a strong correlation between the volume of copper thefts shared with the EISAC and copper prices. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in one of the other emerging risks that I have. You'll see that these kind of are building onto each other. These first two are more focused on the data that we've received, and then the next two are focused on the takeaways of the first two. So kind of the same scenario that I mentioned before. What is your unacceptable consequence of a theft? What is the maximum impact that you can shoulder without having a really, really bad day? What industrial customer can you not spare? Like you cannot handle losing them. And then work backwards from that in order to prevent those consequences. Another thing to consider, which I hadn't actually connected the dots on this until I spoke at a conference in a room full of linemen, and I spoke after an ex-lineman who was talking about safety, and he told the room about how he had been in a horrible accident because he touched an ungrounded line, and it was a really horrible situation that he got really sick after that because he was burned head to toe and all this stuff. Substation grounding is the most common type of copper theft that we see. Probably 15% of all of our incidents, and we've tracked over 16,000 incidents. A significant percentage of those are theft of grounding from substations. So that's a major safety issue that we want to protect against. We don't want that. We don't want linemen. We don't want substation crews. We don't want anybody going into a unsafe situation. So that's also an unacceptable consequence that you want to consider for the good of your organization, So another thing too, as it relates to how these risks will mature, mature in the future. Who thinks copper prices are going to go down in the next 10 years? So copper prices are not going down. It's going to become a tighter and tighter market, and copper thefts are going to increase as a result of that. So we need to start thinking 20 years from now, what do we want our substations to look like? How are we going to keep people from stealing our copper when copper is $20 a pound? And yeah. So that's kind of for the longer term vision here. Cool. So this next emerging risk starts to get into really some longer term understanding. But like I said, in the last 6 months still, we have seen some changes and like very, 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 very weak signals about how this is changing now, but also way into the future, what kind of world we can expect to be operating our system in, our procedures, as humans, what are we going to be doing in 10 years when it comes to sourcing supplies, raw materials, all the way up to large power transformers, semiconductors, all of that. What are we going to do to address possible tensions, major constraints, shipping issues, the tension with actual countries that are supplying some of these materials? So that's what this emerging risk addresses. As you start to look into the cascading possibilities, kind of what I mentioned, a lot of them touch on supply chain challenges, which can be exacerbated by geopolitics. And I know that this is not something that I'm going to change or you guys are going to change, but that doesn't mean we're going to ignore it. We're going to look at it, talk about it, and plan for the environment that we will be operating in. I think it's really interesting, especially just in the next few years. We know that things are going to shift drastically. And now is a great time to start talking about it. Start to really identify these complex supply dynamics and understand what constraints are in place, natural ones, market constraints that are likely going to shape our environment a lot. We are super dependent on these products, so we should definitely pay close attention to them. I read this morning actually that semiconductors, 90% of the world's semiconductors are from Taiwan. So we're in 2025 right now. There's only a few years left for us to get this figured out, realistically. CSIS points out that it's a major strategic benefit to produce them at home, domestically. But they also highlighted how much of an electricity draw these are, the plants that make semiconductors, because they have to also have on-site supply of ultra-high purity nitrogen, oxygen, and argon, which sounds difficult. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, but it seems like maybe a little bit difficult. And they compared it to the electricity draw of a data center. So even the best case scenario has other constraints too that we will have to deal with. So now's a kind of a good time to start talking about it. Another thing I wanted to mention are the key geopolitical flashpoints that we should keep an eye on. We want to watch policy decisions that could affect supply and demand for any products that we rely on, but especially like resource nationalism for extractive materials that we need. And that's kind of having a moment right now in Latin America with the lithium triangle. So if you are dependent on lithium or in the future you will be, then that's an issue to pay attention to and plan for, just plan accordingly. And, I already mentioned this, any supply reductions from major suppliers should be considered as potential consequences also stemming from tensions in Asia. And just an example of how our sector would feel these shocks is last year. So the very first time we ever saw copper reach $5 a pound was in May 2024. And that happened because China shut down 1/5 of global smelting capacity. That's not a value statement. I'm not saying it's good or bad, or they should have or shouldn't have. I actually don't know the context behind it. I just know that they did. And then there was a huge shock in the market. And that resulted in a huge increase in copper thefts and more operational disruptions resulting from copper thefts and all the stuff I talked about in the first emerging risk related to wind generation and all of that. So you can see how it cascades through our sector through impacts and the criminal element and all of that. So another key point about copper, in 2025, copper hit the $5 per pound mark again on the commodities exchange market last month. But this time, it actually wasn't driven by any changes in supply. It was driven purely by supply concerns. So any volatility in perception of supply can also create that environment where there's, as a fact, dollar signs on the commodities exchange doesn't mean that much to us, but thefts increase as a result of that, and that is important. So that's another thing to monitor. A few key questions that you can ask yourself. What regions are you most dependent on, and are there any alternative suppliers? We have practice doing this, right? We had a good run with COVID on this. We had to be very creative. So what lessons did we learn from that? How can we leverage what we learned from the supply shocks of COVID to help us prepare for possible future supply shocks? And kind of one theme that you guys may have noticed is that I think that asset owners and operators need to operate on a shorter kind of time horizon than planners. planners should be looking at like weak signals and way far out on the horizon. And then operators are kind of in the tight zone where you guys can be flexible, adapt, do things quickly, while in the planning space and in the back of all kind of everybody's minds, we are thinking about what's happening in the long term. Last emerging risk that I identified was disruptive action following flashpoint events related to public discontent. So I've got some examples here. Some of these, we have seen an actual increase in incidents related to this stuff, right? So the discontent with Tesla and Elon Musk, like we've seen some EV chargers, that stuff being vandalized as a result of that. That's actually been documented internationally. So I really just want everybody to kind of watch out for events that could spur public discontent. And in the last 6 months, the main one, well, there was elections, but then also kind of Tesla stuff. Some examples from a little farther back, when COVID-19 happened, the pandemic, there was also the 5G conspiracy that made people turn against the electric sector in a really unexpected way. So I just recommend that everybody, also if you're gas adjacent, new pipelines being built, it shocks me every time I see this, but there's people who don't want a single new pipeline built. How are we going to support our energy needs? I don't know, but we need to stay abreast of those issues. And some final considerations for everybody. I want everyone to keep in mind that addressing risk doesn't mean spending money. It means just thinking about it and making a decision. So is there any public discontent in your area that you feel might affect your assets? Build flexibility into your plans so that you know when to put your shield up and when you can kind of spend resources on other stuff. With that, nothing new here. So I kind of mentioned this previously, but planners are keeping their eye on the long horizon while operators are close hold and really trying to move things along in the day-to-day. So I think this meeting here is a really great example of this type of action. Another good example of how to tactically take care of your assets. The EISAC has the visa workshops that we do. We do 7 free ones a year for asset owners and operators. So if you're interested at all in a framework that could help with vulnerability analysis, just come talk to me afterwards and we can chat. So, and I do have a Slido question if there's time. I am kind of over time, but we can still do it. Okay. I really wanted to hear from you guys what kind of risks keep you up at night. So please pull your phones out. We are also going to go into questions in a moment. So for the folks that are online, if you've put questions in the chat, the moderators will facilitate. If there are no questions in the chat, then any in person. And yeah, ninjas are scary, definitely. So before we get into this hot mess that's happening, Matthew, are there any questions that I can address? I'd really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Okay, I see. Yeah, so in terms of major concerns, I would say squirrels are actually really terrifying. Yeah. Drones are a major emerging concern as well. I think that's a really important point. Okay, so because many of the new large loads that are associated with cryptocurrency or artificial intelligence are essentially massive server farms. Are you examining these risks any differently than you would more typical industrial, commercial, residential loads? So this sounds kind of like a reliability risk that doesn't have a physical security nexus. So I don't know that I would be the best person to answer that unless I'm misunderstanding the question. But I mean, I would say like large loads. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really following. Sorry. Why is it so difficult to track sales of stolen copper? That's a great question. So one of the challenges that people face is copper recycling facilities have different rules that apply to them. So in obviously different, like each state has its own legislation on what requirements for tracking who sells the copper to the recycler they've got to follow. So some locations, some states require people to provide registration, like their name, their address, their phone number to copper recyclers, whereas others don't. And then I do know that one of the things that helps track copper theft is that a lot of newly installed wire actually has like micro-stamped branding on it from the utility or the owner. So that is a solution that helps combat copper theft by deterring future action by catching thieves. So, yeah. Okay, well, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it. Feel free to come chat with me after.
Okay, we're a little over time, so I'll be real quick. Katie did such a good job this morning. We brought her back again this afternoon. Floor is yours.
Oh, here's the clicker. Okay. Hi, y'all. I'm back. That large loads question at the end, I will answer another question today. The large load question at the end of that presentation, asking about risk and how large load is being assessed. NERC does have a large load task force. They have their own page on the NERC website. So you can go to it. You can see the agendas when the next scheduled meetings are. The NERC, well, FERC had requested a report from that task force. And recently, I think they accelerated the timeline for when that report was due. So I think it's now due sometime this fall, summer or fall, rather than being 2026. So just know that there is stuff going on around large loads and they are looking at the risk. So I think what people were getting at there was, is there any physical security risk to those large servers if they were to trip offline? That is being looked at, sort of the impact of those large loads tripping offline. And I imagine too, any sort of cyber risk would be examined as well in that. So just why. Okay, so I'm here. I'm wearing my enforcement hat now. We're going to talk about high frequency conduct and change management. I'm going to give y'all some examples of what we're seeing with high frequency conduct, some root cause, and some effective internal controls we've seen to address it. So I put up a roadmap here just to sort of walk you through where this presentation is going to go, because part of it may feel nonlinear, but I promise in the end, it will all make sense. So I'm going to tell you sort of how this idea came out of the CMAP IP. And I'm going to talk about what we mean by high frequency conduct. We're going to take a little detour and talk about root cause and how we get to root cause and why root cause is important. And in particular, what all these things have to do with change management. And then we're going to talk about the four specific reliability standards that I've pulled out and best practices that we've seen for mitigation, for preventing reoccurrence, and also to sort of minimize the risk if you do have a violation. Okay. Y'all have heard so much about the 2025 CMAP IP today. I pulled out 4 topics here, and I'll tell you why. But here are 4 areas that we're going to highlight: facility ratings, integration of IBRs. You've heard a lot about that one today already. Remote connectivity and supply chain. All of those were highlighted as risk in the CMAP IP as areas that NERC and the ERO needed to address as they go forward with their work in the coming years. So what does that mean for enforcement? So how does that boil down? The CMAP IP maps each of these buckets onto reliability standards. I think you've heard a lot of other people mention that today. So we're talking about these 4 standards today, and then there's 2 requirements for CIP 4. These are not the only standards and requirements, placed in these risk buckets within the CMAP IP. But these are the 4 that are important for this conversation. And the reason why is that these 4 standards have what we're calling high frequency conduct in common. So what does that mean? Well, so for FAC 8, you have facility ratings. But those facility ratings probably need to be updated pretty frequently. If you're having any sort of changes on your system, if you're doing any sort of upgrades, modifications, you probably need to be double checking that your FAC 8 paperwork is correct. So you're probably going to be checking it pretty frequently. High frequency conduct. PRC 5, right? There's temporal components to PRC 5. How often you're supposed to conduct maintenance and testing. So for some people, those deadlines are quarterly and they get missed because you're doing it a lot. You're doing it frequently. CIP 4, 7, R4 and R5, these are access management programs. I mean, think about every time you're hiring, right? You're hiring an employee, you're firing an employee, somebody's transferring departments. I mean, these are activities that happen frequently with access management, not to mention that the requirements themselves contain temporal components where you're supposed to be reviewing access every so often, verifying that access is correct. So finally, then we're talking about CIP 10. This is baselining. Again, you think really, high frequency conduct, because you probably prepared a baseline at your CIP version 5 transition, right? But you should be updating that baseline, right? Every time you have a new install, right? If you have a new patch source, or maybe the patch source gets updated from the manufacturer, these sorts of things are probably getting updated to your baseline on a regular basis. And so again, high frequency conduct. So that's what these 4 standards have in common that we wanted to sort of highlight. And you can also tell that they're high frequency because they end up in our top violated standards, okay? So, and this is a request we get a lot for enforcement, is talk to us about the most violated standards. Okay, so here we have the 10 most violated, or the 10 highest reported standards last year in 2024. And you can see all 4 of these standards are on this list, okay? Again, it's because it's conduct that happens frequently. So you're more likely to see violations for it. So this is our detour to root cause. Root cause is very important in the enforcement world. So we're going to talk about a bunch of these sort of violations. I've sampled a few reasons why people have violated, and we're going to talk about how you actually get to the real root cause. And the thing with root cause is that you have to, somebody told me once, act like a toddler. Why? Keep bugging the person. So again, somebody told me once that you should ask why 5 times, and probably that's about the right times of why to ask. And that's normally the right answer for root cause. Okay. So why is root cause important? You have to know the root cause to mitigate it. You have to know the root cause to prevent reoccurrence. Our previous enforcement manager in the fall presented, and he said something that has stayed with me. He said, root cause and mitigation should rhyme. You know, you should think of it like a rhyme. They should match. They should be a pairing. So again, your mitigation activities have to address the root cause. So if you have an insufficient validation control, and that's why you missed, you know, that annual testing or something, let's say, maybe somebody went out and they tested it, but they never filled out the checklist. And there was some sort of peer review, there, you know, and nobody ever checked. And so now you don't have a record that a PRC5 maintenance activity happened, right? There's insufficient validation control. Maybe there should have been a peer review on it. You know, maybe those checklists should have to be filed in some sort of task management system, something that says, you know, it got done. So what's the mitigation? You're going to update a validation control, or you're going to create one. So same thing. If you have an unclear process document, what's the mitigation going to be? You need to clarify things in that process document. You have an ineffective system design. All right, let's make it more efficient, right? Let's make it more effective. So, and again, as you look at root cause and you ask all these whys and you go down and you're matching, you know, your root cause with your mitigation, and you're seeing it's ineffective controls and things like that, it's generally something in the process document when it's high frequency conduct. So, and it's something around change management, because your performance of these standards, of these requirements, is tied to probably some sort of change. You know, PRC5, it might be temporal, but let's say you install a new component and you need to put it in your PRC5 workbook, right? You need to make sure you have change management plans around it. Okay, so that's our little detour to root cause. So now we're going to actually talk about the 4 standards that I pulled out. We're going to talk about some common things we've seen and what we have found to be successful mitigation or detective controls for if, you know, it unfortunately happens again. So again, for FAC 8, I'm just really pulled out the very basics here, the very summary. If you want more details, go look up the standard and read through it. But again, you know, FAC 8 R1, you have to have a methodology. FAC 6 is your facility ratings need to be consistent with your facility ratings methodology. And R8 is that you need to provide those facility ratings to your RC, to your PC, TO, TOP, et cetera. So you have these facility ratings that may need to be updated frequently. So I sampled a bunch of FAC 8, R6 noncompliances that have been processed, have been looked at, both for us and throughout the ERO. And, you know, ultimately the problem here, the noncompliance is you have incorrectly identified your most limiting series element, right? So your facility rating's wrong. That's the fact pattern for all of these, you know. So the question is why? Okay, you have an equipment replacement that occurred. Let's say you have, and that didn't get tracked on your facility ratings methodology. You've omitted some sort of element from your equipment's rating methodology, right? Or from your spreadsheet, maybe you've followed the methodology, but you haven't put that component in your spreadsheet. And that turns out to be the most limiting series element. So another one we see frequently, somebody's gone out and actually installed something in the field and it doesn't match what the paperwork says back at the home office, right? That's pretty common. So again, you go, okay, these are why we have the incorrect most limiting series element, but why did that happen, right? Why did the equipment get replaced and the paperwork didn't get updated? We're going to walk through this, you know, very pedantically for each of these. And we're going to see, you know, what the common root cause is. So again, failure to update facility ratings post equipment replacement or upgrade. Why? Okay, so what have we seen in that case? Well, you have a field engineer and the field engineer doesn't talk to the compliance department. So it gets updated in the field, they've carried out their work orders, nothing goes back to the compliance department, right? Okay, why? Why didn't it get sent back to the compliance department. Okay, well, you don't have something in your process that says there needs to be some sort of post-installation meeting or update or a checklist submitted from the person in the field back to the compliance office, right? So now you got it. It's insufficient process, right? So you've hit on the root cause there. So same thing, field change different from your design. You know, we have a bunch of team of engineers, you've designed everything, you say, go out and make the changes. Let's say some sort of supply chain thing happens, right? You get something that's just a little bit of a different model number than what you intended to install, right? But it's what's there and it's what you have to use because it's another 3-year wait to get the other manufactured component. So the person in the field installs it and it never gets updated again. The question is, okay, why didn't that installation in the field get reported back? And you go, well, was there a follow-up meeting? Was there a follow-up call? Is it required from the personnel in the field? The answer is no. Okay, well, probably your process should require that. So now you've got insufficient process again. So finally, omitted equipment. Let's say you've gone out, you've done your construction, you've put together a list, and no one maybe walked down in the field what was actually installed. So now all of a sudden you have a missing component when we come out and do a walk down, okay? And missing element, and you go, why? Why did that get omitted? Well, you didn't have any sort of verification control, right? Nobody went out and actually looked at the site to see if the paperwork you had matched what was on the site. So you go, okay, that's an insufficient control. We probably should do that after we complete a construction project. We should probably have some sort of process that circles back. So in all of these, you're going insufficient process. And in all of these, the process was insufficient when changes were triggered, right? So it's really change management. It's really your change management processes. So you can see probably the common root cause for all of these is ineffective change management. So what do we see to fix this? Okay, a requirement for data entry verification. What does that look like? You have to have something in your task manager filled out. Maybe the field engineer has to come back into his desk and click, yes, I installed it, this is the time, and it gets submitted to your overall tracking. You know, and he has to put the serial number of the device, of whatever component it was that they installed, right? A clearly outlined approval process prior to changes, okay? You're gonna go put changes into the field. Let's make sure everybody knows about them. Let's make sure all the department knows about what's going on with the changes because y'all might have multiple departments working on these sort of things. So who needs to look at it? Whose responsibility needs to be for each step, you know, and does there need to be a sort of a meeting to talk about what this change is going to be and what everybody's responsibility is? So a clearly outlined approval process. Notification to update inventory after a change. Again, a lot of people do this with task management software. You know, the change happens in the field and then you need to verify it. I've seen it where, you know, pictures are attached of certain, you know, of the ratings on the actual, you know, box, right? If somebody's taken a picture and attached it in the tracking management software, that works. You know, maybe you have to do that to close the ticket, right? So again, confirmation that a change is implemented as planned. Some sort of follow-up meeting, you know, is what we got from the manufacturer actually what we thought we were going to install? And, you know, do the ratings, because sometimes maybe the ratings have changed. Do the ratings match what we thought they would be? A checklist to verify facility ratings following a change. Again, you know, you should probably Some people create facility ratings and then they don't look at them, maybe for years. I think, oh, well, nothing's updated. But you probably should go back and look at them every so often and make sure that you haven't had any projects that would impact those facility ratings. So some things we've seen that are sort of above and beyond that look really good when it comes to mitigation, or that we've seen, really limit the duration of a non-compliance. Because let's not forget that, you may make a mistake, but if the duration is limited, especially on facility ratings, if the duration is limited, that really lowers the risk we're talking about when we're assessing risk and enforcement. So again, best practices, don't limit change management process to planned work. You have an emergency pop up, you should probably have an emergency change management process, or make it go through that change management process, or have something where you circle back. Maybe in the moment you can't do the whole process, but have something that allows y'all to sort of circle back and do a reevaluation afterwards. Again, include changes that occur during emergency repairs. Double check that if something happens in an emergency, you have updated all of the paperwork around it. You've updated all your facility ratings. Again, post-storm, extreme weather restoration, all of those things. You want to include all your planned projects. You want to make sure every planned project is accounted for in your facility ratings. And one thing we're seeing a lot in Texas with a lot of buying and selling of generation facilities, make sure you're doing this on your acquired facilities. So you're buying a facility and you get a facility ratings from the seller, you may want to go do a walk down of that generation facility to double check that those facility ratings actually match what the person gave you. Because sometimes those facility ratings are something they maybe got from a developer and they haven't actually checked what's installed. So we're seeing that quite a bit in acquired geos. Okay, so PRC 5, again, I'm just going to walk you very high level through the standard. So you have maintenance activities, they have to be formed on a periodic basis. So you have minimum timeframes, and there's also prescribed parameters around how you're going to conduct the testing and what you need to test, what you need to document. And they can be every quarter, or they can be every 4 calendar months, every 18 calendar months, every 6 calendar years, or 12 calendar years. So, it's kind of, you see the 12 calendar years a lot because people just sort of forget it's been over a decade, right? So you want to think about the fact that you have to have a process that accounts for very short timeframes and very long timeframes. Who's going to be in your chair when you're gone? And will they remember that they're supposed to do a maintenance activity 7 years out from today? So those sort of things. So again, I sampled a bunch of PRC 5 non-compliances that I've seen. And, ultimately the fact pattern is you've missed some sort of testing or maintenance interval. Okay, that's the violation. So why? Interestingly, one of the most common ones we see is that the inventory is deficient. For some reason, some sort of component's not listed on the inventory. And so maybe that battery bank doesn't get tested, So it just never was included on your PRC 5 inventory. So the question is why? So again, we're gonna kind of break this down and do this very slowly for these. So let's say you've acquired a new facility, incomplete inventory after an ownership or management transaction. Okay, why? Well, there's a couple reasons why that we've seen. First off, the buyer just didn't get the paperwork from the seller. So then you go, okay, well, why didn't you get it? Well, the acquisition team wasn't particularly concerned about PRC 5. That wasn't on the highest list of their concerns when they were doing the acquisition. Okay, or they didn't consider it, right? Maybe you have a bunch of attorneys that were concerned with financial transactions. They weren't thinking about NERC compliance. So you go, okay, it didn't get thought about in the acquisition process. Why didn't it get thought about in the acquisition process? Well, the acquisition process doesn't have this listed as a concern. So if you're a big company and you're acquiring GEOs and GOPs and you have a say in that acquisition process, you probably want to write in something about NERC compliance documentation to your processes documents. So one of the other ones we see, incomplete inventory after ownership or management transition, is you did get the paperwork, but the paperwork dates back to the developer, right? And things have changed, or maybe it's the actual planned paperwork and it's not what got installed. It's not what got built. You know, there's extra components, or the components are a little different. So again, you go, why? Well, no one ever actually went out into the field to verify. Okay. So then you go, okay, well, why did no one go into the field to verify? Probably because there wasn't a procedure for verification. All right, we got our mitigation. We need to write a procedure to verify. Okay, so another one we see a lot, inventory records are disorganized. I just have this image of like a bunch of different paper receipts everywhere, because I have seen that, you know, like a bunch of different file folders with different pieces of paper stuck in it from field engineers. We have seen that before. That I feel like, why would you do that to yourself is really my question. Like, let's get it all in one place. So your inventory records are disorganized and you've lost a file folder. So why is that? You need to organize your records. You know, you need some sort of maybe master process document or something. Again, you go out, you install new equipment, you upgrade your equipment. It doesn't get listed in the inventory. All right, let's say it, for some reason, it changes whatever interval you should be doing your maintenance activities on. The question is why? Okay. Did you realize that update would make a change? The answer is probably no. Okay, so then you go, well, why didn't we realize that? Well, doing that analysis wasn't part of the change. It wasn't part of our change management process. Okay, well, guess what? You should probably add it to your change management process. You probably make sure that when you're doing any sort of install or update, that your change management process has one question that says, did you add this to the PRC5 maintenance and testing table? So again, you'll see ineffective change management procedures. So what are some things that we've seen that are effective that we've taken as mitigation activities? Again, I mentioned one program with sort of a master inventory list. Everybody organizes things differently, but and I think most people are there now. If you're not, we have a great PRC5 table that's rather extensive. It's on our website. You can go check it out. That might be a good place to start if you need to create an inventory table. One of the other things we've seen is a periodic review of procedures and checklist. So just making sure that whatever procedure and checklist you have doesn't get stale. So, you know, you may update the inventory that says, oh, we have this new component and it needs to go into this testing. But maybe that component has like an additional testing criteria within the PRC5, and your checklist doesn't account for that. So you're doing maintenance and testing, but you're not actually checking all the boxes of what you're supposed to be testing. So that's really useful, is periodic review of those checklists. We've seen them as often as quarterly, you know, somebody running through the list and doing that, but, you know, it depends on probably how frequently you're doing maintenance and testing activities, how frequently you have to do it, how many components of each. But that's a great one to look at. Training, you know, we get a lot of entities who come in with sort of half filled out, maybe PRC5 spreadsheets or checklist. So, you know, imparting on people why it's important that they do all the testing, right? And why it's also documented. So again, something we've seen before, let's clearly outline an approval process prior to changes. So you'll see some common themes throughout these. Again, change management procedure. Let's make sure that you have a process. Let's make sure everybody who needs to be in the room is in the room and having the conversation and knows what their compliance obligation is as you walk through maybe this new equipment installation. So again, we saw this last time, notification to update inventory after a change, something that makes you follow up and do, circle back around. Again, confirmation that a change is implemented as planned. So that could be an email to your boss. We did this. Here's the checklist. It's saved in the task. It can be management oversight. Again, flowcharts are great, very helpful for everybody. And then also, validations of what your actual inventory is through periodic reviews. So let's double check that your inventory lists are correct. You haven't missed a component. So that's sort of going around on the back end. That's a detective control, but it would help you detect if maybe something got installed and then didn't get updated in your PRC5 inventory list. So some highlights, some things that we've seen that are, above and beyond, or we've seen that have been really helpful. Incorporate oversight into processes. So secondary review of compliance tasks. Just like I said, management approval. I mean, in a lot of cases, peer review is great, right? Put two team members together and have them check each other's work, make sure it's all filled out and everything. Another one we've seen that I thought was really clever was a periodic review of PRC5 paperwork to see, what are people in the field filling out? What are they missing? Is it because they didn't actually do the testing, or is it because maybe the checklist is too cumbersome? Is there something you can do to streamline it, to make it more efficient for the engineer actually doing the work, right? Because you don't want them just to blow it off, because then it looks like you have a compliance problem and maybe you don't. So I thought that was really clever, and they were sort of doing that. I think they were doing it about once every 6 months to a year, and then incorporating that into their annual training and updating their forms and checklists based on that. So I thought that was a great mitigation effort. Also, verification of inventory for acquired facilities. Again, we're seeing this a lot. People are buying GOs directly. Maybe it's coming from the developer, or the paperwork is stale or whatever. But if you're buying a new facility, I highly recommend that you're double checking some of this paperwork, because not all of it is there and not all of it is correct, is what we're finding. Okay, so I'm going to move on to SIP 4. Again, there's 2 requirements here. I kind of just jam these together. You can see here, again, just a big summary. For R4, you need to verify authorization records, that the people you have with access are, actually authorized to have those access. And you need to verify it every 15 months. So again, there's that temporal component to it. Access revocation is R5. So again, you have to revoke physical and remote access within 24 hours of termination. If you have someone transfer and you determine they no longer need access, you have till the next business day to do that. So these are sort of the temporal components, and we see this, changing passwords within 30 days to shared accounts if someone's been terminated. So, because of these temporal components, we do kind of see this happen frequently, is what I would say. So I'm not going to be as pedantic on these root cause slides as I was on the other 2. We won't be as painfully walking through it, but I hope you're asking in your head, why? So individuals have unnecessary access, right? That's the ultimate, set of facts in these. Okay. So the question is why? Biggest one we see, like, HR is not talking to maybe IT, as is not talking to compliance, right? Like the cross-departmental coordination is off. There's something going on there. So another one we see, failure to follow process. Maybe it's the end of a Friday, someone leaves, right? And all of a sudden it's Tuesday before access is actually revoked. So we see that. We also see maybe you just give a department blanket access or something, or maybe somebody has access to an account and that account has access to things you don't want them to have access to. That's something that we see. So the question is why? Why do you see that? Okay. Clearly there's something wrong in the processing documents, right? Maybe for cross-department coordination, I don't know, it's not getting flagged to the right people. Maybe the workflow doesn't trigger the right steps. So, you got that change management. Again, failure to follow procedure. Why did that employee not follow procedure? Well, maybe they didn't get a reminder, so again, you come down to what I'm hitting on, ineffective change management, okay? So ineffective change management procedures. So what are some things that we've seen be successful for SIP 7, R4, and R5? Track SIP access request. I mean, that's pretty basic. I hope everybody's doing that. But, you need to be tracking those, maybe have reminders on them. So additional verification steps in the process, management oversight, peer review, probably doing some sort of analysis of maybe an account that gives you access to other accounts, right? Linked accounts. So you want to be double checking that, doing some sort of analysis of that. A clearly outlined approval process. Again, I told you we're going to hit on some of these things a couple times. Confirmation that a change is implemented as planned. So did IT follow up with you that they revoked access, right? So HR sent the letter, said, Katie no longer works here. IT revoked all the access. Did they circle back? What's the circle back for that? So, and then a change process flow chart. So everybody in all the different departments knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing. So best practices that we've seen that have been really successful in these, again, additional verification steps in the process, adding that extra layer of review, making sure things are checked off. Also going around on the back end and double checking those, double checking access, which you do have to do periodically under the standards, but making sure that you performed all the steps right. And again, taking lessons learned from that. Why did we miss it? Okay, well, it came in at 4:45 on a Friday. What can we do not to miss that again? What sort of control can we place around it? Okay, so last one, and I think we're running a little late, so I'm going to be a little fast on this one. But SIP 10 R1 baselining, I just sort of put the basic components of it, which is that R1.1 requires you to baseline. R1.2 requires authorization of any changes to the baseline. If you're going to make those changes, you need to do an impact analysis and verification. If possible, you need to verify the source and test it prior to implementation. Once you implement it, you got 30 days to update the baseline. So that's sort of how that flows. And again, what's the basic set of facts here? Your baseline isn't accurate. So what happened? You had a new cyber asset installed and it's not on the inventory, right? Another one we see frequently, the software source is wrong, or maybe it's outdated, or where the updates are coming from are updated or wrong. We've seen that a lot, like maybe the email address has changed or the person at your organization getting the email has changed, and so you're no longer seeing it. Real-time changes, what happens in the field isn't reflected in your baseline again, or in your baseline. Again, it's kind of funny how similar it is, right, to the facility ratings inventory or to PRC5. At the core here are the same issues going on. You have some sort of ineffective procedure, some sort of ineffective change management to track all of this, to make sure that you're coming around at the end and verifying that everything is correct. So again, all the whys, ineffective change management. So what have we seen that's been effective for SIP 10? Automatic tasks and reminders, great for SIP 10. Training, especially because you probably have like your actual IT SMEs doing stuff all the time, and they may not know to update, NERC SIP compliance, right? So train them on what their obligations are for the NERC stuff. Monitoring software vendors, being active about that, making sure maybe a couple people in the group are receiving reports. Maybe it's part of your monthly meeting. I have seen that where part of the monthly meeting, everybody sort of goes over, we're getting these emails, this is what they say in them, et cetera, et cetera. Again, clearly outlined approval process. Let's make sure that's clear what everybody's responsibilities are, that everyone has task reminders, checklists, all that sort of things. And let's confirm that changes are implemented as planned, because that's really one we do see quite a bit. So best practices, again, additional verification, add that oversight. Again, it doesn't always have to be management. It can be peer review. And again, verification of inventory. The best thing I've seen for this is periodic sampling of what people's inventory is on their baseline to make sure that it's accurate still. So what someone was doing is they were just taking a random sample sort of every quarter or 6 months and just going through and double checking that whatever, sample that was accurate. And then that would help them flag. It would help them limit the duration if they found something that was wrong. So then all of a sudden you have a violation that only lasts 6 months or a year. It doesn't last 5 years, 7 years, where you start to really worry about, is the risk much higher? All right, so that's it. I covered a lot. I'm a little bit over. I don't think we have time for questions, but I will be here afterwards if people need me. Okay, and I get to hand it over to Lonnie, right?
Thank you, Katie. I'm waiting until she gets away before I make my joke. So if you're late for the bar or dinner, the root calls, not me. Why? I was going to ask why, but Kenneth told me no. Yep, exactly. Never audit. So my name is Lonnie Ratliff. I'm Director of Compliance Assurance and Certification at NERC. I appreciate Texas inviting me. If you've been to the CERC webinar or workshop, the WEC workshop, or the CCC meeting, you've probably seen some of this presentation. So you'll see that abeyance, the title is NERC Supplemental Filing Abeyance. There's actually 2 items in there. One of it is enforcement. It's around streamlining some compliance work, compliance exceptions, things like that. I'm not going to go into that. Got questions later, Katie's probably available. Or if we touch a little bit of it, then she can get up and answer some of those questions. But anyway, I'm going to skip around on some of my slides just because I think I got them out of order when I sent them to Matt, but that's okay. So I'll come back to that one. So abeyance. How many in here knows what abeyance actually is about now? Or is this your first time hearing it? Who's the first time hearing it? All right. So this might blow your mind. No. So every 5 years, if you didn't know, NERC files a performance assessment about how the ERO is performing and the things, our strengths, weaknesses, what we're getting done, things like that. And we've identified weaknesses in the past. Believe it or not, NERC has some weaknesses. And some of that is around standards and the timeline it takes to get standards approved. So the concept around abeyance is providing a period of time after the standard is effective, and that's extremely important, after the standard is effective, to where an entity, if you're acting in good faith, there's an opportunity that you may not get a non-compliance when Devin or Kenneth's team or whoever's over the teams come in and says, wait a minute, this isn't quite right. Your interpretation is off. Let's fix this, right? So what NERC has recognized and the regions has recognized is, well, wait a minute, some of these newer standards that are coming in are very complex. There's a lot of technology changes. When you look at the extreme cold weather temperature stuff around EOP 12 or other standards that may come into play, that there's a lot of complex changes that I think industry struggles with sometimes when you go through the ballot process of saying, how can I vote for this? Because I don't know how I'm going to comply with this. I don't know what it really means, or I know what it means, and how am I going to do this? This is a new technology. How can I comply with it? So a lot of times that leads to people saying, I'm voting no, right? That's the default answer is abstain or vote no. Most of the time it's vote no. So that's abeyance in a nutshell. I encourage you to go look at the supplemental filing. It's in November of 2024. I think that was our last response. And FERC responded back, and we got to put some metrics together. So we've been working across the Euro Enterprise, looking at some different metrics that we're going to capture, things like that. So real quick, abeyance. So that's the nutshell. The purpose of it, and like I said, it's insights from initial implementation of the standard, so that when it's first implemented, what challenges are there? This is the great opportunity, and I'll get to that in the next couple of slides, is that's the opportunity for industry to work with the regions and saying, hey, here's what I'm doing. Here's how I read it. This is what we're going down. This is the path we're going down in implementing this. Am I wrong? And if you're wrong, they're going to work with you and say, yeah, you're missing the boat here. Here's what it really means. And instead of getting a PNC or a spot check or something like that, they're like, hey, let's capture this. Let's give feedback to standards. And let's give a webinar maybe to industry to let other people know that, hey, some people may be interpreting this thing a little bit different, which is inconsistent with what we meant with the standard. Or it could mean that the standard is just not written in a good way that can be implemented correctly, right? So that means we got to give the feedback to the standards department and possibly change the standard in a speedier way by having that information. And that way industry, the value, and I think it's in the slide, the value is industry doesn't get these minimal risk violations, which would go to enforcement, and they'd be stuck in that cog, and they got to make sure it's all minimal risk and everything. And industry would be able to look at some of the standards and requirements that's coming up about and saying, okay, I know what they're trying to do. I may not fully understand it, but there's compliance risk here that I'm concerned about, not an operational risk. Is this a way to get over that hump to get information? And that's really what that's all about. In this slide, it's important to say, okay, who's responsible for some of the abeyance, putting the language in abeyance and stuff like that. And it comes down to, it's not part of the drafting team. Industry doesn't get that input to say, hey, we want to write this new standard. And by the way, we can write it. I mean, just put it bluntly, we don't want them to write a crappy standard and just say, hey, we'll just put abeyance language in and fix it later. That's not the purpose of this, right? It's part of the drafting process. It's part of NERC observations. NERC will be reviewing that, watching that, and with the regional entities. So NERC and the regional entities, it would typically be after a couple ballots, maybe one or two ballots, and you see a lot of comments back, and you'll be able to see, hey, wait, there's some concerns about implementation, or just it's very complex, you know? So anyway, now I'll go back to the previous slide. In the supplemental filing, people ask, so, okay, how will we figure out what standards and requirements will have abeyance language in them? If industry doesn't get to choose them, which I tell industry, they have an indirect feedback, because if you comment during the ballot period, NERC's going to read it, region's going to read it, have conversations with your regions, and it's very complex. Hopefully we'll recognize through the drafting team process. But the initial criterion for abeyance consideration, just to put it language into the standard, is written on the screen. High priority project, complex, new or emerging reliability issue. And what's key there is with no consensus on specific best practices. That's why I gave the example below on EOP 12 around the extreme cold weather temperature. There was a lot of concerns about I'm missing data. People have that issue in Texas. I'm missing data, so I don't know what to do. I'm just going to go out and do something else, and then they get lost, and then auditors come in and says, well, you're not doing this exactly what we'd expect. I think Devin's probably seen that. But what you also see in the slide here is what will be captured for abeyance if it does get added to a standard. And when I say added to the standard, it's not going to be part of the standard language. is going to be in section C, the compliance guidance. I don't think it's called guidance, it's compliance CEA information. For people that know CIP 14, it's where the data restriction was initially housed. So it's like an errata. It don't really get approved, but it's part of the standard itself. Then the EOP 12 one gives a perfect example of some of the key things that abeyance will allow you, because abeyance doesn't apply across an entire standard or requirement, and it's not an extensive period of time. So in this example, which is out there, which is, I think, balloted. I think it was been balloted recently. I think we responded to some comments. So it's going through the process. I think our board even approved it last week, and it's going up to FERC. So, but you can see the abeyance effective date is 2 years, right? Because we're hoping that it gets approved on October 1st, 2025. So it's a specific period of time. You'll see that it's requirement 1, part 1.1. So it's very specific on the part, down to the part level of where that abeyance would be applied to. This is important as it goes back to enforcement, because I haven't heard much of Katie talks, but a lot of times there's talking about cascading requirements and such like that. And typically where we'd want to catch this abeyance is where you would limit that cascading effect, right? So you get that top requirement. And if you get this wrong in EOP 12, you're probably going to violate several other requirements or parts in the standard. So that's why you'll see some of the language and where we'll try to catch it before it starts cascading, and that makes sense. And then you'll see the calculation of the extreme cold weather temperature. So you can see that's an example. There's the criteria. And if you attend the CCC meetings or listen to them online, you'll see that it was a big discussion of what is it not, because it's easy to figure out maybe what it is. It is not a free pass. Some people in the industry look at it and say, okay, the effective date is October 1st, 2025. Abeyance is 2 years. So I don't have to do this until 2027. That's not a true statement. It's the effective date, the expectation you'd be compliant, but there may be interpretation differences that you may have with the auditor, right? And that's where the abeyance may come into play. And I'll get to the whole conversation around good faith, because that's where a lot of industry and FERC and NERC has concerns is, what is good faith? What does that mean? But the effective standard is the effective standard. Our monitoring approaches may not change or shouldn't change just because there's abeyance in the requirement or part. However, there could be a different conversation during the engagement if there's abeyance language for that part to understand, okay, what was the root cause? Back to Katie's presentation, what were the 5 whys? Why did you go down that path? Or what led you there, right? It's not just an extension and implementation plan. We know that many of the standards and requirements have implementation plans that could be several years out. It's not just an extension saying, well, I got 2 more years to do this. That's not what it is. It's not time to sit back and just wait for the 2 years and say, well, I'll wait until I hear what my region says, what feedback they're getting, or see if there's actually a chance in the standard being changed. That's not that. What should you be doing? Oh, I want to add one more thing to what it's not. It's not for the drafting team to write a crappy standard and say, let's let NERC and the regions fix this with abeyance language, but let's just get something out there. That's not what it's going to be used for. What should you be doing? And I can't hype this up enough. Talk with your region. Talk with your contacts in the regions and let them know that, hey, during this drafting team process, this is really hard, or hard is not a reason for abeyance, but I don't know how I'm going to do it, or what are y'all interpreting this to be, right? Answer a lot of those questions before the drafting team approves something. It goes to NERC board, and then all of a sudden, what we've seen is compliance staff are engaged in a lot of the drafting team meetings, and then all of a sudden at the end of the day, after it's balloted, the subject matter expert gets brought in the room, and they look at them and say, how in the heck am I going to do this, right? And then we're like, okay, then we got to figure this out. Talk to your peers. That's really important, because oftentimes your peers are working with other regions as well. We're hoping we're consistent across the regions in some of our feedback, but that's our goal. Common questions. All standards requirements have an abeyance period? Absolutely not. This is going to be an exception, not a rule. You'll see there's only one example right now. Currently, I'm unaware of any other standards and requirements that are in the drafting process that are being considered. But it doesn't mean that they couldn't come up through the process. Where the abeyance language in the standard, that's the section C. A lot of people ask, well, what if I'm not audited during the abeyance period and all of a sudden I get audited outside the abeyance period, but we've got a difference of opinion? Well, you're not in abeyance anymore. That's probably going to be a PNC. That's just how it is. And that goes back to the previous comment, work with your region, and hopefully you'll get the feedback and understanding that you might be going down the wrong path. Current standards, I just answered that. Will the supplemental filing impact the self-logging process? We got that question out at WEC, and the answer was no. That's all I got from Terry, and I don't know if Katie wants to add any more to that. It was just, no, it does not impact it at all. So the feedback. So there's questions saying, okay, if we do this abeyance, and the auditors are out in the field and they get information, all of a sudden it's going down the wrong path, we're going to document it at the Euro Enterprise level. If it was in good faith, and that's the last question, because that's probably a hard question, right? How's that going to be handled? Well, the intent is you do not get a PNC. It doesn't go to enforcement. It is handled there, and we're going to document it, and then we're going to discuss it across the Euro Enterprise to make sure that we're all consistently looking at things in a similar fashion. I'll let you know now that across the Euro Enterprise, we're looking at like a principles of what good faith looks like. Kenna's part of that. We're looking at saying, okay, what does that look like on a compliance monitoring piece? If we go out, what's the principles of good faith? Because we know that facts and circumstances, and I know people hate to hear that facts and circumstances are different at every registering entity. But what does good faith look like, and how's that documented from the auditors back to the Euro Enterprise? And we review it periodically and give that feedback to the standards group and saying, here's what we're seeing. Is there an opportunity to fix the standard either through a SAR? I know people don't like 321 or 322. Those processes are, what's it need to do to fix it? The next question is, how will the industry receive these updates, right? Because if we recognize that there's entities in Texas that may be misinterpreting it, then there's probably other entities across the country misinterpreting. So how can we get that feedback out? What we're looking at is doing webinars, periodic webinars or small group advisory sessions saying, here's what we're seeing. If you're doing this, here's something to think about, and that should drive more conversations, hopefully with you and your region. But it could just give you some guidance saying, okay, maybe I got this a little bit wrong, or maybe, and start fixing it, right? Can a SAR be introduced during the abeyance period? Absolutely. SARs can be introduced at any time. That's one way that if your industry is unhappy, anybody can submit a SAR. If anybody follows the SAR process, everybody knows that NERC Compliance myself has submitted, I think, 3 or 4 in the last couple of years based on some of the risks we see, right? So, and if people don't know what SAR is, it's the standards authorization request. It's to change or modify existing standards. And then one of the last questions is, what is good faith? And this is where I think many people get hung up. Lawyers in the room, I know Joseph smiles when you say good faith, because it's like, well, what does that actually mean? And especially from industry side, right? That's why we're working across the Euro Enterprise and saying, okay, what's some of those principles? What's some of those key principles? We don't know how it's going to be in every entity. But if you're not doing anything, it's probably not good faith. If you're probably going down a path to comply and you just have a difference of opinion or interpretation, that's probably good faith, because you're trying to do what's right, right? I try to think back if anybody was involved in the V3 to V5 transition days. There was a lot of transition there, right? There's some similarities to abeyance period in that, of saying, hey, let's move forward, let's see what happens, and figure that out. I know that was kind of quick, but I know that I was limited on my time, but it's good. I think this is a really good win for everybody involved, not just industry, but NERC involved, regions involved. There's going to be a little bit more work at the ERO enterprise level, right? So even if the auditors may find people in compliance, there still may be some questions they may ask you about implementation. As we move to a lot of internal controls type questions during audits, hopefully they're doing that. There's some questions that are outside. You're like, how's that relate to the standard requirement, right? There might be some specifically for the requirements that have abeyance, just to figure out, okay, how hard was this to comply? You may have got it right, but where was the hurdles that you experienced and how did you get over those hurdles? Just so we can grab that feedback and share it with others that may be struggling, who, kind of live in their own little bubble, that don't reach out to the peers or to the region, so we can get that information out there. So we look at this as a huge opportunity for some of those very complex standards. And I know that right now, I think the standards department is 20-some projects deep. So some of those are high priority projects. From the SIP space, you look at the cloud SAR that may be coming through when you start talking about complexity and some of the things that may be qualifying for that. We know that there's some out there that has some great opportunity when things are changing that much with new or modified standards. I'll pause there. No questions. I know it's nap time for a lot of people, right, Cal? No questions at all? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie, and thank you to all of our speakers today. And thanks to all of you who made the trip here to our offices and to everybody that attended online. As Joseph hit on this morning, please do fill out the survey that you'll get soon after the end of the workshop. We try and make it short and sweet, but informative also. We do read every single one, and we do follow up on what we learned from the survey. So please take the time, a minute or two to fill it out. And with that, we're all done, and we will see you in July at the Evolving Grid Workshop.